Section 1. The Yellow Skin Mystery. There is a question that has been sitting at the center of The Simpsons for 36 years, and it is so obvious, so fundamental, so staggeringly in plain sight that almost nobody asks it. Why is everyone in Springfield yellow? Not some of the residents, not the main characters, every single human being in the town. The banker and the teacher and the nurse and the sanitation worker. The mayor and the criminal and the priest and the farmer. The children and the elderly. The healthy and the sick. Every person who has ever drawn breath in Springfield, wherever Springfield actually is the same shade of saturated, impossible yellow. And nobody in the show has ever, in 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, stopped to wonder about it out loud. That silence is the most interesting thing about the yellow skin. Not the color itself, the silence around it. So settle in, get comfortable, and let your eyes close whenever they feel like it. For the next several hours, we are going to walk very slowly through the strangest, darkest, and most beautifully hidden corners of The Simpsons. We are not rushing anywhere. This is Springfield. Time does not really move here anyway. Let us start with the yellow. The standard explanation that fans reach for when this question comes up is the simplest one. It is a stylistic choice. Matt Groening, the creator of the show, wanted the characters to look immediately distinct from any other show on television. He wanted viewers flipping through channels in 1989 to know within a single glance that they had found The Simpsons, without reading a title card or recognizing a character. Yellow skin achieved that instantly. It was a production decision, a branding decision, a visual identity decision. And that explanation is completely true. Matt Groening has confirmed it in multiple interviews. The yellow skin was chosen because it was bold, because it was unique, because it created an unmistakable visual signature. This is not a contested fact, but here is where things get interesting. The show has been running for long enough, and the writers have been clever enough that a decision which began as pure aesthetics has gradually accumulated meaning inside the show's own universe. Details that were never intended to mean anything have been picked up, examined, and woven into theories so internally consistent that the original intent stops mattering. The question was never just why Groening chose yellow. The question the theories ask is something subtler. Given that the characters are yellow, and given everything we know about Springfield's environment, what does it mean that they are yellow? And the answer the show has been quietly assembling for 3.5 decades is genuinely troubling. Let us build this slowly. The first thing to understand about Springfield's yellow-skinned population is who it does not include. Guest characters who visit Springfield from outside, celebrities, government officials, characters who exist in the real world beyond the show's universe, are drawn differently. Their proportions are more natural. Their skin tones are more varied. They have the kind of anatomical features that correspond loosely with how real human beings are put together. When a famous musician appears in Springfield, they look like a slightly cartoonized version of a real person. When a politician makes a cameo, the same thing applies. But the permanent residents of Springfield are yellow. All of them. The divide is sharp and consistent across the show's entire run. People who live in Springfield look one way. People who arrive from outside Springfield look another way. The two groups are visually distinct in a manner that goes beyond art style because art style would apply uniformly to everyone. The fact that it applies only to the permanent residents is, within the logic of the show's own world, a meaningful distinction. Now layer on what we know about Springfield's environment. The nuclear power plant at the edge of town is not a background detail. It is the town's primary employer, its primary source of power, and by every reasonable reading of the evidence the show provides, its primary source of contamination. Safety violations number in the hundreds, 342 to be specific, as documented in the show's own canonical episode where inspectors arrived and cataloged what they found. Radioactive waste enters the water supply routinely, casually, as a matter of standard operating procedure under Charles Montgomery Burns. The fish in Springfield's rivers have 3 eyes. The wildlife in and around the facility glows. And every human being who has spent their life in this town carries a physical trait, the yellow skin, that no human being outside the town shares. The show does not make this connection explicitly. It never has a character stand up and say, "Our skin is yellow because the water is poisoned." It trusts you to do that math yourself. And the math, once you do it, is uncomfortable. Yellow skin in the context of radiation exposure is not a random choice of color. In the real world, jaundice, a yellowing of the skin, is among the indicators of serious liver dysfunction, which can be caused by prolonged exposure to toxic substances. The liver is the organ that filters toxins from the blood. When it is overwhelmed or damaged, it cannot process bilirubin properly, and bilirubin is what turns skin yellow. A population with yellow skin, living downwind of a nuclear facility with hundreds of safety violations, drinking water that demonstrably mutates fish, breathing air in a town that the United States government eventually determines must be sealed under a containment dome. That population's yellow skin is not an art choice inside the show's universe. It is a symptom, and the show has never said so. It has simply let it sit there for 36 years in plain view for anyone who looks closely enough to see. Now here is the detail that makes this theory land with real weight. The yellowness is inherited. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie are yellow. They have always been yellow. They were born in Springfield to parents who were already yellow, in a town that was already contaminated. Their yellow skin is not a choice they made, or an adaptation that developed during their lifetimes. It was present from birth, passed down from parents whose biology had already been altered by whatever the power plant and the water supply have done to Springfield's permanent residents over decades. This is what chronic environmental contamination does in the real world. It does not just affect the people directly exposed. It affects their children. It works its way into cellular structures and passes itself forward through generations. The children of people living near certain industrial sites show higher rates of particular conditions. This is documented. This is real. And the show has been quietly depicting a version of this process for its entire run, wearing it like an art style so that no one would think to question it. The yellow skin is generational, which means the contamination is generational, which means that whatever Burns's facility has done to Springfield, it did not do it to a single generation of residents who could theoretically move away and recover. It did it to the town's biology, to its inheritance, to the bodies of children who were born into it before they had any choice about where to live. And then there is the question of why no one in Springfield seems to notice. This is perhaps the most chilling part of the yellow skin mystery, because the residents of Springfield do not exist in a world where everyone has yellow skin. They exist in a world where people from outside Springfield do not have yellow skin. They can see the difference every time a guest arrives in town. They interact with people who look fundamentally different from themselves on a regular basis, and the conversation about that difference never happens. Not once. Not in 36 seasons. Not a single Springfield resident has ever looked at a visitor and thought, "Wait a moment, that person looks different from everyone I grew up with. Why is that?" The most generous explanation is cartoon logic. The show is not designed to be internally consistent on this level, and expecting it to be is missing the point of what it is. But the most interesting explanation, the one the theories have been building toward for decades, is darker and more specific. The residents of Springfield do not ask this question because they cannot. The cognitive damage that has accumulated in this town over generations of environmental exposure has not just changed how people look. It has changed how they think. It has taken the part of the brain responsible for critical inquiry, for pattern recognition, for asking the obvious question when it is staring you in the face, and it has worn that part down to almost nothing. The yellow skin is visible. The cognitive damage is not. But both came from the same place. And both have been in plain sight since the very first episode. Now let us spend a moment on the medical dimensions of this, because they are worth taking seriously. Chronic, low-level radiation exposure does specific things to biological systems. It does not, in most cases, produce the dramatic, immediate effects that popular culture associates with radiation. It produces subtler damage, accumulated over years and decades. It affects cellular replication. It affects neurological function. It creates systemic inflammation that the body's immune response cannot fully address, because the source of the inflammation never stops. It increases the rates of conditions that look from the outside like ordinary health problems, fatigue, cognitive difficulty, immune dysfunction, without necessarily appearing as radiation sickness in any classically recognizable form. A population experiencing this kind of chronic low-level exposure would not look like the victims of a nuclear accident. They would look like a town where people were a bit slower, a bit more forgetful, a bit more prone to illness, a bit less capable of the sustained, focused attention that recognizing and challenging systemic problems requires. They would look, in other words, like Springfield. The four-fingered hands deserve attention here too. Four fingers instead of five is a budget-saving choice in animation. Fewer lines to draw for every gesture, every scene. The explanation is purely practical, but within the show's world, four-fingered hands are a physical abnormality. And every Springfield resident has them. Every single one. The same residents who have yellow skin and bulging eyes and skull shapes that deviate from normal human anatomy. Taken individually, each of these traits has a mundane animation explanation. Taken together, as a cluster of physical characteristics shared by every permanent resident of a town built around a nuclear facility with hundreds of documented safety violations, they constitute a pattern. A pattern the show has maintained consistently for 36 years. A pattern that has a name in the science of environmental health. It is called a disease cluster, a geographically concentrated pattern of health abnormalities linked to a specific environmental exposure. They occur in the real world. They are investigated with varying degrees of seriousness and success by public health authorities. The people who live in them often notice that something is wrong, but struggle to prove the connection between their health and their environment, because the connection is diffuse and chronic rather than acute and obvious. Springfield has had a disease cluster since its first episode. No one has investigated it because the investigative apparatus that would normally do so, the police, the government, the medical establishment, is all operating within the same contaminated environment, managed by the same institutional interests, and is itself partly a product of the cognitive damage the contamination produces. The yellow skin is not an art style. It is a confession. And Springfield has been making that confession in silence for longer than most of its residents have been alive. Before we go any further, drop a comment and tell me where in the world you are watching from right now, and what time it is there. There is something genuinely wonderful about knowing people from everywhere are settling in with these videos at all hours. And if you have not subscribed yet, please do. It helps more than you know, and there is a lot more where this is coming from. Section 2. The Treehouse of Horror Continuity. Conspiracy. Every October, The Simpsons does something it almost never does anywhere else in its run. It kills its main characters. Not in dream sequences, not in ambiguous cutaways. In Treehouse of Horror episodes, Homer Simpson is decapitated, liquefied, devoured, disintegrated, and erased from existence. Marge is murdered. Bart is destroyed. Lisa is annihilated. The family dies in every conceivable way, again and again, across 34 annual Halloween specials that have now accumulated into one of the most unusual bodies of television ever produced. And then, every November, the family shows up again, completely intact, for a completely normal episode. No scars, no memory, no lingering psychological weight from having watched their father get turned inside out by aliens or their mother burned at the stake as a witch. Just the Simpsons, back on the couch, ready for another Tuesday. The standard explanation for this is obvious. Treehouse of Horror episodes are non-canon. They exist outside the show's continuity. They are experiments, playgrounds, horror parodies, a space where the writers can do things the regular episodes would never permit. Nobody is supposed to carry meaning from those episodes into the main series. That is the understood contract between the show and its audience. And for many years, that explanation was enough. But somewhere around the 10th or 12th Treehouse of Horror, fans began to notice something. The divide between canon and non-canon that was supposed to keep these episodes safely separate from the rest of the show was not as clean as it appeared. Details from Treehouse of Horror episodes were bleeding into regular episodes. Behaviors established in horror specials were informing character choices in the main continuity. And most strangely, certain emotional truths first expressed in non-canon Halloween stories were quietly being confirmed as real by episodes that were supposed to matter. The question is not whether the Treehouse of Horror episodes are canon in the formal sense. They almost certainly are not. The question is what it means that they keep appearing at all. What it means that the writers return to them every single year without fail, producing them with as much care and craft as any regular episode. And what it means that across more than 3 decades of these specials, certain themes keep coming back with a persistence that starts to feel less like coincidence and more like obsession. Because when you lay all 34 Treehouse of Horror episodes end to end and look at the patterns, one thing becomes impossible to ignore. The horror that the show imagines for its characters is not random. It is specific. It returns to the same fears, the same scenarios, the same emotional wounds over and over again. And those wounds match, with almost uncanny precision, the wounds that the regular episodes have been quietly accumulating in the main continuity. Let us go through the major categories. The first and most persistent horror theme across the Treehouse specials is the destruction of the family unit. In special after special, the Simpson family is separated, corrupted, turned against each other, or simply destroyed. Homer becomes a monster who threatens his family. Bart becomes something inhuman that his parents cannot understand. The children are taken away, the parents are transformed into something their children no longer recognize. The family home becomes a place of danger rather than safety. In the regular show, these same themes play out in slower, quieter, more recognizable ways. Homer's failures as a father are a recurring source of the show's emotional weight. The gap between Bart and his parents is something the show has never fully closed. The tension between Lisa's intelligence and her family's limitations is a wound that the show reopens regularly without ever healing. The Simpson family is not a horror story in the regular episodes, but it has the same structural anxieties as one. The fear that the people you love will become strangers. The fear that the home will stop being safe. The fear that love alone is not enough to hold a family together when the world keeps pushing against it. The Treehouse of Horror episodes take those anxieties and literalize them. They transform the quiet fear that Homer might lose his family into an episode where Homer literally becomes a lawnmower monster and chases his family across the yard. They take the abstract fear that Bart might be fundamentally unknowable to his parents and turn it into an episode where Bart is revealed to have supernatural origins. They make external and visceral the things that the regular show can only show through the slow accumulation of domestic detail. This is good horror writing. This is what the best horror fiction does. It finds the thing you are genuinely afraid of and gives it a shape, a name, a face you can look at directly, because it is wearing a monster's mask instead of your neighbor's face. But the interesting question is not why the show does this. The interesting question is what it reveals about what the show is actually afraid of. Because the horror the Treehouse specials return to most reliably, the fear that sits underneath every variation and every parody and every genre riff across 34 specials, is not death. It is not violence. It is not even the loss of control that horror traditionally trades in. The deepest fear in the Treehouse of Horror episodes, the one that keeps coming back in different forms every October, is the fear of being unable to protect your children. Homer dying is not the horror. Homer being unable to keep his children safe is the horror. The alien invasions and the demon possessions and the mad scientist experiments are not the point. The point is that a father is watching his children be threatened by something he does not understand and cannot fight, and his love for them is not sufficient to stop it. This fear is everywhere in the regular show, too. It is just wearing different clothes. Homer's terror at the idea that his children might be hurt is one of the most consistent emotional threads in the series. His rage when someone threatens Bart or Lisa or Maggie cuts through his usual foggy state and produces something that looks almost like clarity. The protective instinct in Homer, however buried under layers of laziness and selfishness, is the truest thing about him. And the Treehouse of Horror episodes are, in a very real sense, Homer's nightmares. They are the fears he cannot articulate during regular episodes because the regular show does not give him the vocabulary for them, played out in the only space the show has where the stakes can be made explicit without breaking the comedy. Now consider what this means for the coma theory. If Homer has been unconscious since April 1993, then the Treehouse of Horror episodes are something very specific. They are the nightmares within the dream. They are the moments when Homer's unconscious mind stops maintaining the pleasant fiction of an ordinary family life and lets the underlying fear surface. Every year, as October approaches, the dream shifts from warm domestic comedy to something colder and more honest. The family is in danger. The home is not safe. The father cannot protect his children. And then November arrives and the warm fiction resumes, because Homer's mind pulls itself back from the edge of the nightmare and returns to the version of his life he can bear to inhabit. This reading makes the Treehouse of Horror episodes the most emotionally revealing content the show has ever produced. Not because they are horror, but because they are the show's subconscious. They are what the dreaming mind allows itself to feel in the dark, before the daylight logic of the main continuity reasserts itself. And they happen every year, reliably, because the fear does not go away. The nightmare keeps coming back because the thing causing the nightmare, Homer's inability to know whether his children are safe, whether his family is intact, whether the world he has built in his mind has any correspondence to the world outside the hospital room, is not something that can be resolved inside a dream. It can only be revisited annually in the dark. Now, let us walk through some of the most significant individual specials and what they reveal. The very first Treehouse of Horror from Season 2 contains 3 segments. The first involves the family moving into a haunted house. The second is a retelling of Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. The third involves aliens, Kang and Kodos, who are among the only recurring characters originating entirely from these specials. And their recurrence is itself interesting because they show up every year and nothing they do ever has consequences, which makes them the perfect embodiment of the treehouse logic. But the haunted house segment is worth dwelling on. The house wants the family to leave. It torments them. It tries to drive them out through supernatural horror. And the family's response, collectively, is to refuse to leave. Because the housing market is terrible. The joke is that the Simpsons are too stubborn or too poor to respond rationally to a genuine supernatural threat. But the underlying image, a family staying in a house that is actively harming them because leaving is not a viable option, is not a joke at all within the larger context of what the show is about. The Simpsons stay in Springfield despite everything Springfield does to them, not because they are stubbornly irrational, but because leaving is not something that is available to people in their position. The haunted house is Springfield. The ghosts are the contamination and the poverty and the institutional weight of living under Burns's economy. And the family stays, because they always stay. Treehouse of Horror 4 from Season 5 contains a segment based on the deal with the devil. Homer sells his soul to the devil for a donut. The devil, who is Flanders, comes to collect and brings Homer to hell. The episode is funny and baroque and clearly not canon. But the specific shape of it, Homer making a catastrophically stupid short-term decision that mortgages his eternal soul and then being saved from the full consequences by Marge, is not a nightmare. It is a regular Thursday in the Simpson household, stretched to its supernatural extreme. Homer makes the deal because a donut is immediately available and eternity is abstract. He does this on regular episodes too, trading long-term well-being for short-term comfort with a consistency that the show uses as character comedy. The Treehouse version makes the stakes explicit. Regular Homer's deals are with his own future, with his health, with his relationships, with the opportunities he keeps declining to pursue. The devil gets to stay home. The mechanism is the same. Treehouse of Horror 5 from Season 6 is generally regarded as the greatest of all the Halloween specials, and one of the most acclaimed episodes in the show's entire run. It contains 3 segments. The first is a parody of The Shining, in which the family is trapped in a large, empty building, and Homer goes mad with the isolation. The second involves a time machine made of a toaster. The third involves the teachers at Springfield Elementary cannibalizing the children. The Shining parody has aged into something stranger than a parody, because the story it is parodying is itself about a man who cannot resist the pull of violence against his family. And the Simpsons version uses that premise to say something true about Homer's relationship with his own aggression. Homer's anger at his circumstances, the failed career, the grinding financial pressure, the daily evidence that his life has not become what anyone, including himself, might have hoped, is a constant in the show. The regular episodes manage it as a source of comedy. The Shining parody makes it a source of horror. The subject is the same. Only the register changes. The toaster segment is lighter, almost purely comedic, but it introduces something the show never otherwise addresses. The idea that Springfield's history is contingent, that the specific combination of events and relationships and accidents that produce the current Springfield is not inevitable, that different choices or different accidents would have produced something different. The time machine reveals an endless series of alternate Springfields, each slightly worse than the last, none quite right. This is a very specific form of anxiety. The anxiety that the thing you have, as bad as it sometimes seems, is better than any version of the thing you might have instead. That the loop is not a trap, but a protection. That the reset is not a failure, but a gift. The teachers eating the children segment is the most directly social critical thing the show puts into non-canon space. It takes the specific relationship between Springfield Elementary's staff and student body, already discussed in these pages, and literalizes the consumption that is happening less visibly in the canonical episodes. The teachers in the regular show consume their students' time, attention, and developmental energy in service of an institution that is not organized around those students' benefit. The Treehouse version makes that consumption literal. The joke is grotesque. The underlying observation is not. Treehouse of Horror 7 from Season 8 contains the segment where Bart discovers he has a twin who has been confined to the attic. The twin is his exact double, hidden away by his parents because he was too wild and too difficult and too much. He was the version of Bart that the family could not manage. This is the show thinking about what Bart might have been if the specific social and economic constraints of the Simpson household had not, however imperfectly, contained him. The hidden twin is Bart without the partial buffering of Homer's love and Marge's patience, and the particular luck of having been born into a family that, for all its failures, stayed together. He is the Bart who Springfield produces when the family support is not present. And the family's response to him, keep him hidden, keep him out of sight, let no one know he exists, is Springfield's standard response to the versions of its residents that it cannot accommodate. The hidden twin is a mirror. He shows the Simpsons what they might have been under slightly different conditions. And the response to that mirror is to put it in the attic and pretend it does not exist. Which is, of course, exactly what Springfield does with everything that cannot be incorporated into the official version of what Springfield is. There are 34 of these specials. Each one could generate this much analysis. But the pattern across all of them is the same. The horror in the Treehouse specials is not external. It is the show's ordinary content. The anxieties of the Simpson family, the structural problems of Springfield, the specific dangers of living in a contaminated town under institutional constraint, rendered in a register that allows those things to be faced directly. Under the mask of horror, the show says the things it cannot say in a half-hour primetime comedy. And then November comes, and the mask goes back on the shelf until next October. But the things it said do not go away. They become the show's subconscious. They become the layer underneath the jokes. They are there every week, whether you are watching in October or not. Section 3. Barney Gumble, the Hidden Genius. There is a man at the end of the bar at Moe's Tavern. He has been sitting there since 1989. He is enormous and friendly and perpetually drunk, and the show has used him for 36 years as a reliable source of jokes about alcoholism, personal failure, and the specific sadness of a person who used to be something and is no longer. His name is Barney Gumble, and he is one of the most quietly tragic figures in the history of American television. Not because of what he is, because of what he was and what the show reveals about the gap between those two things when you pay close enough attention. Most viewers know the basic facts of Barney's backstory. He and Homer were friends in high school. Homer introduced him to beer. Barney took to it with an enthusiasm that consumed everything else in his life, his ambitions, his relationships, his health, his future. By the time the show begins, the transformation is complete. The person Barney was before Homer handed him that first drink is so buried under decades of alcoholism that the show treats him as if he were always what he is now. A background character, a punchline, a man-shaped hole in the stool at Moe's. But every so often, in moments that the show introduces and then quietly walks away from, we catch a glimpse of what Barney Gumble was before. And what he was is extraordinary. The most significant of these glimpses comes in the season 4 episode Homer's Barbershop Quartet, which establishes that Barney was once a gifted musician. Not casually talented, not amusingly competent for a cartoon character, but genuinely, movingly skilled. The show depicts Barney singing a Beatles-style ballad with a voice that stops the episode cold. It is unexpectedly beautiful. It comes from nowhere and it lands with a weight that the comedy around it cannot quite absorb. For a few seconds, the show lets you see the person Barney might have become, and then it puts that person away again and goes back to the business of being a sitcom. This is a pattern with Barney. The show gives him these moments, brief, surprising demonstrations of depth and capability, and then retreats from them before they can accumulate into a narrative. He is given a talent, and then the talent is taken back. He is given a moment of clarity, and then the fog returns. He is handed a thread that could, if followed, lead somewhere genuinely interesting, and the show drops it every time. The most extended version of this pattern runs through a storyline in season 11, where Barney gets sober. He stops drinking. He goes through withdrawal. He emerges on the other side as a version of himself that the show spends an entire episode building. Lucid, driven, creatively alive, making short films of genuine artistry. The Barney who exists without alcohol is extraordinary. He is exactly the kind of person you might imagine lurking underneath decades of self-destruction. Intelligent, sensitive, perceptive, possessed of a talent that the drinking has been slowly suffocating since Homer handed him that beer in high school. And then, at the end of the episode, Barney falls off the wagon. He takes a drink of non-alcoholic champagne at a party, realizes it contains a small amount of alcohol, and immediately returns to full addiction. The sober Barney disappears. The drinking Barney returns. And the show moves on. Fans have criticized this ending as a cop-out, as the writers being unwilling to commit to the change they spent an entire episode building. As the show flinching at the moment, it could have done something genuinely different with one of its most underused characters. But there is a reading of this ending that is darker and more deliberate than a simple flinch. The sober Barney is a problem for Springfield. Not for the characters in the show, who seem genuinely happy for him when he gets clean, but for the logic of Springfield as a system. The sober Barney is a man who can see clearly, a man who can think clearly, a man who can make art that reflects what he observes around him. A man, in other words, who is capable of noticing things that Springfield's social contract requires its residents not to notice. Look at the film Barney makes while sober. It is a deeply melancholy piece of work. It is about loneliness, about the gap between who you are and who you could have been, about the way time moves in ways you cannot stop. It is exactly the kind of art that someone with Barney's history would make if given the cognitive clarity to access that history honestly. And it is completely incompatible with the cheerful reset that keeps Springfield functional. A Barney who can make art like that can also ask questions like that. He can look at the power plant and wonder what it has done to his biology. He can look at his own history and trace the trajectory of his life back to a single moment when someone gave him a drink he was not equipped to refuse. He can look at Homer, his oldest friend, the person responsible for starting the process that took his future away, and feel something about that relationship that goes far beyond the friendly background camaraderie the show depicts. Springfield cannot afford a Barney who thinks that clearly, and so the show returns him to drinking. It does not do it cruelly. It does not punish him or mock him for the attempt. It simply restores him to the condition the town requires him to be in. The condition that keeps him present at Moe's, that keeps him harmless and predictable and unable to complete the thought that the sober version of him was beginning to form. Now let us talk about what Barney's academic record actually looked like before Homer intervened. The show establishes, in various flashback episodes, that Barney Gumble was a gifted student. Before the beer, before the specific derailment that Homer's introduction of alcohol produced, Barney was the kind of student who had options, who had prospects, who represented, in the specific vocabulary that small-town America uses to describe its promising young people, a future. He was admitted to a university. The show confirms this. He had the grades and the capability to pursue something beyond Springfield. And then Homer, who was panicking about his own life choices and the specific way his relationship with Marge had recently been complicated, handed him a beer before a very important exam. Barney got drunk. He missed the exam. The university opportunity disappeared. One beer. One afternoon. One friend making a selfish decision about his own anxiety that happened to cost someone else everything. This is the specific texture of how Barney's life was ruined, and it is worth sitting with because it is so mundane. There was no villain, there was no malice, there was no grand scheme. There was just Homer, who was upset about something and wanted company for his drinking, and Barney, who was young and trusting and did not know yet what alcohol would do to him, and a single afternoon that became the fulcrum on which the rest of Barney's life turned. The show plays this backstory for laughs. It is funny in the particular way that The Simpsons is funny. The laughter has a dark edge to it, a recognition that the thing being depicted is both absurd and real. But what is being depicted is the mechanism by which human potential is most often lost. Not through dramatic tragedy, through small decisions made by people who are not thinking about their consequences, made casually, irreversibly, in the middle of an ordinary day. Barney's genius, and it is genius, the film he makes while sober, is not the work of an ordinary mind, was lost in an ordinary afternoon. It has been buried under decades of ordinary mornings at Moe's. It surfaces occasionally in the song that stops an episode cold, in the film that wins a short competition, in the moments when the fog clears briefly and the person underneath becomes briefly visible. And then the fog returns. Because the fog is what Springfield runs on. Because the fog is what Burns's economy requires. Because a clear-eyed Barney Gumble, walking around Springfield with his talent intact and his perception unclouded, would be the kind of person who asks the questions that Springfield has been organized around, preventing people from asking. The drinking is not an accident of Barney's personal psychology. It is a feature of the environment he lives in. The environment produced the opportunity for the drinking to begin. The environment maintains the conditions under which the drinking continues. The environment provides no realistic alternative for a man of Barney's background and limited resources who has already lost the window for the life his talents should have made available to him. Moe is the last important piece of this. Moe's care for Barney is genuine. This is not in question. The show has given us enough of Moe's inner life to know that his affection for his regulars is real, that it is one of the few genuine emotional connections in his life, and that it coexists with his economic dependence on their continued patronage in a way that he has never fully confronted. When Barney gets sober, Moe loses something. Not just a regular customer, but the character in his orbit whose suffering is most visible and most dramatic. Barney's drinking is extreme enough that it functions almost as a moral narrative for the bar, a cautionary tale so available and so obvious that it keeps everyone else feeling relatively okay about their own relationship with alcohol. Barney is the person everyone else at Moe's points to when they need to believe they are fine. He is the benchmark. A sober Barney removes that benchmark. The equilibrium shifts. The bar breathes differently, and sure enough, Barney going back to drinking restores that equilibrium. The natural order of Moe's reasserts itself. The benchmark returns to its position, and everyone else, including Homer, can settle back into a relationship with the bar that feels comfortable because at least they are not Barney. There is something terrible about this logic when you see it clearly. The most important social function Barney performs at Moe's is not friendship or community or the ordinary human value of having a familiar face in a familiar place. It is providing a floor. He is the bottom below which others can reassure themselves they have not fallen. And he fills that role willingly, cheerfully, without apparent resentment, with the specific, gentle quality of a person who has decided that being useful in the way he is able to be useful is better than not being useful at all. Barney Gumble is not a joke. He is a portrait of what a specific combination of environmental pressure and personal chemistry and a single unfortunate afternoon can do to a human life across 36 years. The man who sang a song that stopped an episode cold is still in there. The fog has just been very thick for a very long time. Section 4, the Springfield Police Department cover-up. Chief Clancy Wiggum has been the head of the Springfield Police Department for 36 years. In that time, the following things have happened in his jurisdiction. A billionaire was shot in broad daylight at a public event attended by the entire town. A man with hundreds of documented workplace safety violations was never prosecuted for environmental crimes that demonstrably mutated local wildlife. A school principal was revealed to be living under a stolen identity, prompting not an investigation, but a town vote. Human skeletons were discovered in the basement of an active nuclear facility, and no inquiry was ever opened. A three-eyed fish was pulled from local waters, making national news within the show's universe, and no official water quality investigation was ever commissioned. Chief Wiggum has been present for all of these events. He has presided over them with the cheerful, well-padded incompetence of a man who has decided that the most important thing about any situation is how quickly it can be resolved without paperwork. And for a long time, the standard read on Wiggum is that he is simply stupid. Lazy and corrupt in the small, mundane way of a man who uses his position for free food and minor personal convenience, but not corrupt in any larger or more deliberate sense. Just incompetent. Just Springfield. But there is another reading, and it requires taking Wiggum's failures seriously as a pattern rather than dismissing them as a running gag. Because when you look at what Wiggum consistently fails to investigate, when you map the specific blind spots in his policing across 36 seasons, you find that they are not random. They do not correspond to the areas where he is laziest or where the evidence is hardest to find. They correspond with remarkable consistency to the areas where an investigation would cause the most trouble for Charles Montgomery Burns. Think about that for a moment. The most spectacular failure of Wiggum's career is the Burns shooting investigation. We have been through the details of that case in depth, but the relevant point here is not who actually shot Burns. The relevant point is how the investigation was conducted. Wiggum had an obvious suspect, Burns himself, a man who carried a weapon and who had, in the hours before the shooting, antagonized virtually every person in town to the point of near riot. He had a crime scene with multiple witnesses. He had a victim who survived long enough to name his attacker. And the investigation somehow produced Maggie Simpson as the shooter. A 1-year-old child. An infant who cannot be prosecuted, cannot testify, cannot be questioned, and whose identification as the perpetrator closes the case without requiring anyone to look too carefully at anything. The perfect suspect, in other words, for a police department that needed this case closed. Wiggum did not close the case because he is stupid. Wiggum closed the case because the case needed closing. The question of who told him it needed closing, whether it was Burns himself once he recovered, or someone acting on Burns's behalf, or simply Wiggum's own long practice of not asking questions that lead toward Burns, is one the show has never answered. But the effect is the same. The case was closed in a manner that served Burns's interests, and Wiggum was the instrument through which that closure happened. This pattern extends well beyond the shooting. Burns has, in the course of the show's run, committed or orchestrated acts that would result in serious criminal prosecution if the policing in Springfield functioned normally. Environmental crimes with documented evidence, workplace safety violations that resulted in worker injury and illness, financial crimes. In one episode, Burns essentially attempts to block out the sun over an entire town, an act of such staggering scale and criminal intent that it should result in federal charges, state charges, and every other kind of charges that exist in the American legal system. And the police response is nothing. The event becomes a "Who Shot Mr. Burns" episode rather than a "What Mr. Burns just tried to do to a whole town" episode. Wiggum was present when Burns blocked the sun. He was in the crowd at the meeting where Burns was shot. He knows what Burns had just done when that bullet was fired. And his investigation still somehow produced Maggie. There is a detail in the Springfield Files episode that deserves particular attention. When FBI agents Mulder and Scully arrive in Springfield to investigate the alien sightings near the power plant, Wiggum's department is visibly marginalized. The federal investigators operate independently, use their own resources, conduct their own inquiry, and they succeed. They uncover the truth, that the alien is Burns, glowing from his radiation treatments. They do in one episode what Wiggum's department has failed to do in 36 seasons. They actually investigate something near the power plant and find something real. But the federal investigators leave. They always leave. And Wiggum and his department remain, providing the permanent policing infrastructure of a town that has, through some combination of institutional corruption and deliberate negligence, made itself impervious to accountability. The detail that makes Wiggum's relationship with Burns most legible is a small one. buried in a single episode about the history of Springfield. It is revealed that Wiggum's asthma was cured by Mona Simpson's antibiotic bomb during the raid on Burns's biological weapons lab, the same raid that turned Mona into a fugitive, the same lab that Burns was running in Springfield while charging families rent and employing their neighbors and selling himself as the town's greatest benefactor. Wiggum was there. He was the security guard at Burns's germ warfare facility. He was present when the lab that Burns was using to produce biological weapons in the middle of a residential town was destroyed. And he did not, in the subsequent 36 years of serving as Springfield's chief of police, ever bring a single charge related to that facility. He was cured by the people who raided it, and he spent his career serving the man who owned it. This is not stupidity. This is a relationship. A complex, decades-long, apparently uncomplicated relationship between a man who holds the town's policing power and a man who has every reason to want that policing power aimed away from himself. Now, let us look at 3 specific cases where the Wiggum cover-up theory has the strongest evidentiary support within the show's own episodes. Case 1. The human skeletons. The show establishes, during a safety inspection episode, that human skeletons were found in the basement of the Springfield nuclear power plant. Human skeletons. In the basement of an active nuclear facility. The inspector notes them. The show notes them. And then the case is never opened. Wiggum does not appear. A forensic investigation is never announced. The bones are not identified. The circumstances of how human remains came to be inside a working reactor facility are never examined. In any real jurisdiction, the discovery of unidentified human remains in any location, let alone inside a major industrial facility, triggers an immediate mandatory response. The location is treated as a crime scene. The remains are removed for forensic examination. An investigation is opened, regardless of the age of the remains, to determine identity and cause of death. None of this happens in Springfield. The bones are noted in a list of violations, assessed a financial penalty that Burns refuses to pay, and never mentioned again. Wiggum does not appear in the episode. No one calls him. The mechanism that should have produced a police response simply does not operate. Case 2. The Blinky investigation that never happened. When Blinky the three-eyed fish is discovered and becomes a national news story within the show, a gubernatorial candidate uses the fish as evidence that the power plant is poisoning the environment. This is a significant political moment. The fish is Exhibit A in a public argument about environmental contamination. And the subsequent events, Burns eating the fish on television, the political furor, produce exactly 0 police or regulatory investigation. Wiggum's department does not send anyone to test the water. The state environmental authority does not appear. No health assessment is commissioned for the residents of Springfield. The fish is treated as a political argument rather than a public health emergency, and the political argument resolves without producing any investigative consequence. The people of Springfield kept drinking the water that produced Blinky. Wiggum's department was present in this town when Blinky was caught, and nothing happened. Case 3, the Tamzarian identity fraud. We have discussed this case at length in the broader context of Springfield's collective denial, but it deserves specific attention in the Wiggum context. Armin Tamzarian spent 20 years representing himself as Seymour Skinner, a decorated military veteran in his capacity as the principal of a public school. This is fraud. It is sustained, deliberate fraud against a public institution, involving the false use of a real person's identity and military record. When the real Seymour Skinner appeared, proving the fraud, Wiggum's department did not arrest Tamzarian. The case was not referred for prosecution. Instead, a judge, one of the institutional figures in Springfield's legal system, issued a decree making the lie official and making it illegal to speak the truth. Wiggum was present for this. He participated in the enforcement of the decree by accepting the legal resolution of a case that, in any jurisdiction with a functioning legal system, would have produced criminal charges. The judge and Wiggum and the institutional apparatus of Springfield's legal system all functioned in alignment to produce the outcome that the town's dominant power structure required. The fraud was legalized. The fraudster was protected. The real victim was expelled. This is what cover-up looks like when it is done by consensus rather than conspiracy. When everyone with institutional power simply agrees that a specific truth is more trouble than it is worth and acts accordingly. Wiggum is not a villain in the dramatic sense. He is a function. He is what happens when the people who hold institutional power in a community have aligned themselves, through years of small accommodations and practical arrangements, with the interests of the people who benefit most from that power being pointed away from them. He is doing his job. The job just is not what it appears to be. Section 5. Sideshow Bob's True Purpose. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr. has tried to kill Bart Simpson 11 times. 11 documented, fully plotted, elaborately executed attempts on the life of a 10-year-old boy spanning the show's entire run, starting in Season 1 and continuing through the most recent seasons with no sign of stopping. He has used poison. He has used explosives. He has used theatrical contraptions that require more planning and resources than most people apply to entire careers. He has escaped from prison so many times that Springfield Penitentiary's revolving door policy for him has become its own running gag. And every time he fails. Every time he is stopped by a child. Every time he is sent back to prison. Every time the machinery resets and prepares for the next attempt. The standard reading of Sideshow Bob is that he is the show's great recurring villain, a figure whose commitment to destroying a single child functions as a parody of obsession and as a vehicle for the show's love of operatic crime drama and Gilbert and Sullivan references. He is there to give Bart a nemesis. He is there to be the shadow that follows the show's most anarchic character. But Sideshow Bob is more interesting than that. Much more interesting. Because when you look at the full arc of his character across 36 years, you find something that the show has been building without fully acknowledging. A man who is not actually trying to succeed. This theory requires sitting with the evidence carefully because it sounds counterintuitive on first hearing. Sideshow Bob is an extremely intelligent man. He has university credentials and possibly multiple advanced degrees. He is a gifted musician, a serious intellectual, a man who quotes Shakespeare and Mahler and 19th century opera with the ease of someone for whom these are genuine loves rather than affectations. His schemes are architecturally complex. His methods are resourceful. His planning, when examined in detail, reflects a mind operating at a high level, and yet he keeps failing to kill a 10-year-old boy. The show has addressed this directly in its way. In one episode, Bob finally has Bart at his mercy. He has him in a position from which escape is genuinely impossible, and Bob, rather than killing him, agrees to perform the entirety of the HMS Pinafore because Bart asks him to. He sings Gilbert and Sullivan at Bart, giving the boy enough time for rescue to arrive, because Bart correctly identified that Bob would not be able to resist the performance. The fan reading of this scene is that Bob's vanity is his weakness. He loves performance more than he loves killing. He would rather be the protagonist of an elaborate theatrical moment than simply accomplish the thing he says he has come to do. But there is a deeper reading. Bart knew that if he asked Bob to perform, Bob would perform. He knew this with certainty. Not because he had studied Bob's psychology at length or run probability calculations in his head. He knew it because on some level that the show never verbalizes, Bart understands that Bob does not want to kill him. Bart is 10 years old. He is not a subtle person. He is reactive, impulsive, guided by instinct rather than analysis. But his instinct about Bob has been correct every single time. He keeps getting away. He keeps finding the flaw in the plan, the gap in the trap, the moment when Bob's commitment wavers. And that consistency suggests that the flaw, the gap, the wavering moment is not accidental. It is structural. It is built into what Bob is doing. Because what Bob is doing is not at its core an attempt to kill Bart Simpson. What Bob is doing is a relationship. Think about what Sideshow Bob's life looks like without Bart. Without Bart, Bob is a disgraced former television personality with a criminal record who has spent years in prison and lost everything he built before the show began. Without Bart, he is a man of extraordinary intelligence and talent, with no legitimate outlet for those qualities in a town that has no place for him, and a social structure that has marked him as an outsider. Without Bart, Bob has nothing to organize his identity around. With Bart, he is the great villain, the nemesis, the recurring threat. He is interesting, he is noticed. He is the subject of news coverage and official investigations and the sustained attention of law enforcement. He is a figure of consequence in a town that would otherwise have no use for him. His vendetta against Bart is the most important relationship he has ever had. It is the relationship that gives his life its structure, its meaning, its dramatic shape. And every time he fails to kill Bart, that relationship is preserved. Every time he goes back to prison and begins planning the next attempt, his purpose is renewed. Bob needs Bart alive. He needs Bart to keep escaping, because every escape validates the next attempt, and the next attempt gives Bob another episode, another aria, another moment of being the most compelling presence in the room. And Bart, who has absorbed enough of this dynamic over the years to develop genuine intuition about it, needs Bob too. Bart needs a nemesis. He needs someone who takes him seriously as an adversary, who regards him as worthy of elaborate planning and sustained intellectual investment. Homer thinks he is annoying. Teachers think he is difficult. The town thinks he is trouble. Bob thinks he is worthy of killing. And for a kid who spends his life being dismissed and diminished, that is a form of recognition. Their relationship is, by any reasonable measure, the most honest one either of them has. It is built on mutual investment and genuine stakes and a long history of close contact that neither of them can replicate with anyone else in Springfield. It is, structurally, a friendship wearing the costume of a vendetta. The show confirms this in the episode where Bob marries Bart's Aunt Selma in a scheme to inherit her money and then kill her. The episode ends with Bart unmasking the scheme and Bob being arrested. But the interaction between them during the episode has a warmth and intimacy that the nominal structure of villain tries to kill Aunt of Hero does not explain. They enjoy each other. They respond to each other with something that resembles delight. The combat between them is pleasurable for both parties in a way that the show lets you see without ever quite naming. There is also the matter of what happens to Bob when the vendetta is resolved. In one episode, Bob does it. He kills Bart Simpson. He carries it out. The death is shown, confirmed, the plan succeeds. And then the episode reveals that he has been repeatedly killing Bart in a time loop, unable to move past the moment of accomplishment because accomplishing it leaves him with nothing. Every time Bart dies, Bob resets the loop and kills him again because the alternative, life after Bart, is something he cannot face. The episode is played for dark comedy, but what it reveals about Bob is devastating. He spent years trying to kill Bart, and when he finally did it, when the thing he had organized his entire post-Krusty life around was finally achieved, he discovered that the achievement was unbearable. The vendetta was not the means to an end. The vendetta was the end. The relationship was the point. Bart being alive and reachable and engageable was the condition that made Bob's life worth inhabiting. Bob killed Bart and found himself alone in a completed story with no next chapter. So, he hit rewind. Now let us walk through all 11 attempts and what each one reveals about the arc of this relationship. The first attempt comes early, before the vendetta was fully formed. Bob frames Krusty for a robbery. Bart notices the inconsistency in the evidence. Bob is caught. The vendetta begins not as a premeditated plan, but as a reaction, a specific response to the humiliation of being exposed by a child. The second attempt involves Bob running for mayor of Springfield on a campaign of eliminating the Simpson family. He wins, using fraudulent ballots in the retirement home. He is exposed, again by Bart. The attempt fails. But look at the mechanics of it. Bob ran for mayor. He organized a political campaign, he won an election, he had the entire apparatus of Springfield's government available to him, and he used it to try to kill one child. The disproportion is enormous. He brought a city government to bear against a 10-year-old. The third attempt involves a bomb hidden inside a children's television set. Bart discovers the detonation device. Bob is caught. But the episode does something interesting. It shows Bob genuinely enjoying his time at the TV station. He is in his element. He is performing. He is doing the thing that defined the best period of his life, before Krusty and the humiliation and the prison. And Bart is there, watching him, in the position of audience. The relationship dynamic has a warmth in it, even as the plot involves explosives. The fourth attempt, the one involving HMS Pinafore, is the most important, and we have already discussed it at length. But what is worth noting is that after the performance, after Bart escapes, Bob is arrested and the episode ends, and both of them are exactly where they were at the beginning. Nothing has changed. The relationship continues. The loop holds. This is the pattern that runs through all 11 attempts. Each one ends with the relationship restored to its previous state. Bart escapes. Bob is caught. Bob eventually escapes or is released. The preparations for the next attempt begin. The dynamic between them, the specific quality of their mutual investment, is renewed rather than resolved by each failure. The fifth attempt, set in a small Italian village where Bob has attempted to build a new life, is the most explicitly melancholy of the group. Bob has genuinely tried to leave the vendetta behind. He has married. He has a child. He has built a domestic life in a beautiful place far from Springfield. And then the Simpson family arrives on vacation, and something in Bob simply cannot resist the opportunity. He abandons the life he built and attacks Bart immediately, reflexively, the way a person scratches an itch they had managed for months. He did not choose to start the vendetta. He did not plan the attack. He saw Bart, and the vendetta started itself, which confirms that the problem is not in Bob's planning, or his opportunity, or his access to Bart. The problem is that Bob cannot stop wanting this relationship. The vendetta is not a goal, it is a compulsion. And like all compulsions, it costs him everything around it to maintain. Sideshow Bob is not Springfield's most dangerous villain. He is its most honest one. He shows you, clearly and without artifice, what happens when a person's most important relationship is structured as a vendetta. He shows you the cost. He shows you the loop. He shows you what it means to love someone who can only be in your life as an adversary. He shows you a very specific kind of Springfield loneliness. Wearing fancy shoes and quoting opera and failing to kill a 10-year-old boy for the 11th time. Section 6. The Flanders family darkness. Ned Flanders' house is nicer than the Simpsons' house. This is not a background detail. It is deliberately maintained across 36 seasons as a constant visual reminder of the gap between the two families that share the property line on Evergreen Terrace. The Simpsons' home is comfortable but slightly worn. The Flanders house gleams. The hedges are trimmed, the paint is fresh, the garden is tended. The interior, glimpsed in various episodes, suggests a person who maintains his domestic environment with the same careful dedication he applies to everything else. Ned does everything right. He always has. And the show has spent 36 years making sure that doing everything right is not enough. We have already visited some of the foundational elements of Ned's story. The behavioral conditioning in childhood, the suppressed aggression, the performance of goodness that sits over something more complicated. But the Flanders family darkness runs deeper than Ned alone, and there is an entire inherited pattern here that the show has built across multiple generations. Let us start with Ned's parents. The Flanders parents appear in only one significant sequence in the show's run, in the episode where Ned's breakdown is resolved. They are beatniks, performatively, almost aggressively nonconformist. They believe in total permissiveness, complete rejection of structure and discipline, the idea that children should express themselves freely without any adult imposition of rules or expectations. They speak in the particular cadence of 1960s counter-cultural performance. They are, in their own estimation, enlightened. In practice, they are neglectful. Ned as a child is a feral entity. The show depicts him as genuinely uncontrollable, a child with no internal regulation, because no external regulation was ever provided. He is aggressive and chaotic in ways that his parents, committed to their ideology of permissiveness, interpret as healthy self-expression rather than a cry for structure. And rather than examining their approach, rather than considering that their child might need something different from what their philosophy prescribes, they hand him to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist does what the parents would not. He provides the structure, he implements the regulation. But he does it through therapeutic modification rather than natural developmental experience, which means Ned does not internalize the process. He is simply altered by it. The rage and the chaos do not go away. They are swayed. And the cage is extremely sturdy, but it was built in a clinical environment by a stranger rather than grown through lived experience. It can hold Ned for decades, But it is a cage nonetheless, and under sufficient pressure, as the hurricane episode demonstrates, cages can fail. The parallel between Ned's parents and Homer's relationship with his own father is worth sitting with for a moment. Abe Simpson also failed as a parent. His failure was different. Not permissiveness, but distance. Not countercultural ideology, but simple emotional unavailability. He let Homer grow up believing his mother was dead. He made a deal with Burns rather than telling his son the truth. He chose the path of least resistance every time a harder path would have required more of him. Both Ned and Homer are the products of fathers who, for different reasons and in different ways, gave their children something other than what those children actually needed. And both Homer and Ned have organized their adult lives around compensating for what they did not receive. Homer's compensation is his clinging, desperate attachment to his own children, a love that is genuine but also anxious, born from the fear of replicating his own abandonment. Ned's compensation is his relentless perfection, a daily performance of stability and virtue that serves as proof to himself and the world that the chaos inside him has been successfully contained. Neither compensation works completely. Homer's anxiety about abandonment produces its own patterns of damage in his children. Ned's performance of perfection produces its own kind of isolation, because you cannot be fully known by people who only see the performance. This is why Ned is alone in a way that Homer is not. Homer is surrounded by people who know his worst qualities and remain. They are exasperated by him, regularly, deeply, with full knowledge of exactly how frustrating he is. But they stay. Marge stays. The children stay. Even the friends at Moe's who have no particular reason to be loyal stay. Homer is loved imperfectly and genuinely in a form that can contain his flaws because the people around him have seen those flaws and chosen to remain anyway. Ned is loved perfectly and at a distance. His neighbors admire him. His congregation respects him. His children obey him. But nobody in Springfield knows Ned. Not really, because Ned has spent his entire life ensuring that the version of himself visible to others is the managed version, the conditioned version, the Ned who has successfully suppressed the thing that would make him comprehensible to other people who are also struggling. The hurricane episode is the most revealing moment in the show's entire treatment of Ned, because it is the one time the performance fails publicly. And the response of Springfield to Ned's breakdown is fascinating, not because they are cruel to him, they are not, they clearly feel bad, but because they do not know what to do with him. Springfield has no framework for a Ned Flanders who is visibly suffering. He is the town's moral anchor. He is the fixed point around which Springfield's complicated and sometimes ugly social life orients itself. When Ned breaks, the town's first instinct is not to help him, but to fix him, to restore the performance, to return the anchor to its position, because Springfield needs Ned to be Ned. And so he is committed and adjusted and returned to function. The breakdown is treated, and the Ned who comes back is the Ned Springfield requires. Now let us talk about what happened to Maude. Maude Flanders, Ned's wife, died in a production decision driven by a salary dispute. The voice actress who played her asked for more money. The show decided her character was expendable. They killed her off with a t-shirt cannon at a racing event, in an accident caused by Homer's selfishness, and then they moved on. It is genuinely remarkable that this happened. Not because television shows do not make these kinds of decisions. They do, constantly. But because of what the show then did with Maude's death over the years that followed. It did not move on entirely. It kept coming back to Maude. Ned's grief for her has been one of the most consistently referenced emotional threads in the post-Maude episodes. She appears in flashbacks. She appears in Ned's dreams. She is the ghost that the show cannot quite shake, even though the original production decision was purely logistical. The show killed Maude to save money, and then spent years discovering that it had killed the emotional center of Ned's story. Without Maude, Ned's perfection is entirely performance. With Maude, there was a relationship, flawed, private, human, that gave the performance somewhere to go when the door was closed. Maude was the person Ned could be imperfect with. The person who knew about the conditioning and loved him anyway. The person for whom the cage could open, slightly, safely, in the privacy of a marriage. Without her, the cage stays closed, all the time. Now let us talk about Rod and Todd Flanders, because Ned's children are doing something important that the show has never fully examined. Rod and Todd are the most compliant children in Springfield. They are obedient, they are quiet, they are well-behaved, they absorb everything their father teaches them without apparent friction or rebellion. They are, from one angle, exactly the children that a person in Ned's position would raise, shaped by the same values that Ned's conditioning produced, carrying those values forward into the next generation. But from another angle, they are something troubling. They are children who have been raised in an environment that, like Ned's parents' beatnik household but in the opposite direction, does not give them room for the full range of what children are. Ned's permissive parents gave him no structure. Ned gives his children no room for disorder. Both are incomplete in complementary ways. And the children produced by this specific form of incompleteness, quiet, compliant, eager to please, untested by any real encounter with the parts of life that require them to be something other than what they have been trained to be, will one day have to navigate a world that is not organized like their father's living room. The show has given us glimpses of what happens when Rod and Todd's environment temporarily changes. When they are exposed to the Simpson household, which they find simultaneously confusing and fascinating. When they encounter the ordinary chaos of Springfield childhood, which they have been mostly sheltered from. There is a quality in those episodes of children encountering something real for the first time, something their training has not prepared them for, something that interests and frightens them in equal measure. They are the next generation of Flanders. They will carry the conditioning forward. And when the cage that Ned built for himself is passed to them, because children inherit not just their parents' values but their parents' psychological structures, they will have to decide what to do with a life that was organized before they had any say in its organization. Rod and Todd Flanders are Springfield's most perfectly prepared children, which might be the most unsettling thing about them. God talks to Homer in the show's universe. This is canonical. It happened in Homer the Heretic, and it has been referenced since. The same God that Ned prays to every day, faithfully, without expectation of reward, has had multiple conversations with a man who falls asleep in church. Ned prays and receives silence. Homer does not pray and receives divine conversation. The show is doing something very specific with this. It is saying that the universe of Springfield does not operate on the logic of virtue. It does not reward the right behavior. It does not respond to genuine faith with special attention or support. The system within which these characters live is not a moral system in the sense that most religious frameworks would recognize. Ned Flanders lives inside a universe that he believes is organized around his values, and that is, in practice, organized around something else entirely. He has dedicated his life to a relationship with a God who is having other conversations. And he gets up every morning and trims the hedge and smiles at his neighbor and goes to church, and none of it changes the fundamental arithmetic of his situation. He is the nicest man on Evergreen Terrace. He is one of the loneliest people in Springfield. The show has been telling you both of those things simultaneously for 36 years in the same breath without contradiction. Because in Springfield, those two things are not contradictions. They are the same thing. Section 7. Krusty the Clown's Secret Identity Crisis. His real name is Herschel Schmoikel Pinchas Yerukum Kristofsky. He is the son of a rabbi. He was raised in a deeply religious household with expectations that did not include becoming a children's television entertainer who smokes on set, gambles compulsively, and maintains a secondary persona based on painted faces and physical comedy that his father considered beneath the dignity of their family. He is also Bart Simpson's hero. The relationship between Bart Simpson and Krusty the Clown is one of the most emotionally significant relationships in the show, and it is one of the strangest. Bart's admiration for Krusty is absolute, uncritical, resistant to evidence. When it is revealed that Krusty committed fraud, a crime for which the evidence is incontrovertible, Bart does not revise his admiration. He proves Krusty's innocence by catching the real perpetrator, because the alternative, accepting that his hero is capable of wrongdoing, is not available to him. This is the first and most important thing about Krusty and Bart's relationship. Bart needs Krusty to be what Bart believes him to be. The actual Krusty, the gambling addict, the compulsive self-sabotager, the man who uses the clown persona as a barrier between himself and every real emotional demand that life makes on him, is not relevant to Bart's investment. Bart is not in love with Krusty. He is in love with the idea of Krusty. With the version of Krusty that exists in the space between the screen and the viewer. The anarchic, irreverent entertainer who does not respect authority and does not apologize for who he is. The irony, which the show has been very deliberate about developing across 36 seasons, is that this version of Krusty is almost entirely fictional. Let us look at the actual Krusty. He is a performer who built his career on an act that was originally meant to be satire. His clown persona, the makeup and the physical comedy and the chaos embrace, began as a way to externalize something genuine. Herschel Kristofsky's sense of the absurdity of the world, his discomfort with the weight of his father's expectations, his need to find a form of expression that felt nothing like the solemn, serious life his upbringing demanded. The clown was real once. It was a mask, yes, but it was a mask that told the truth about the person wearing it. Somewhere in the decades between the young Herschel and the Krusty the show depicts, something changed. The mask stopped serving the truth and started replacing it. The clown became the person. Krusty became so thoroughly the performance that the man underneath, the rabbi's son, with his complicated feelings about his father and his faith and the specific loneliness of being a public entertainer whose private life is a shambles, could no longer be accessed, not reliably, not without the kind of direct confrontation that episodes like the reunion with his father provide. The reunion with Rabbi Kristofsky is one of the show's most emotionally complete storylines. It spans multiple episodes over different seasons. Krusty's estrangement from his father is treated with genuine gravity. The estrangement is not presented as Krusty's fault or the rabbi's fault. It is presented as the collision of two men who love each other and cannot find a language for that love that crosses the gap between their worlds. The rabbi cannot accept a son who became a clown. Krusty cannot be anything other than what he became, because what he became is all he knows how to be. Their reconciliation, when it comes, is moving. But it is also partial. The show does not resolve their fundamental incompatibility. It gives them a moment of genuine contact across the gap, and then it lets the gap remain. They love each other, and they remain strangers to each other's deepest selves. But the Krusty Rabbi storyline does something else that the show has not fully explored. It reveals that the clown persona that Bart idolizes was, at its origin, an act of rebellion against a father who set impossible standards. The chaos and the irreverence and the refusal to be serious that Bart reads as authentic self-expression were, when they began, a teenager's rejection of his father's world. Krusty's wild stage presence is, at the root of it, an argument with Rabbi Kristofsky. It is Herschel performing the opposite of everything his father valued, as loudly and publicly as possible for as long as he could sustain it. And he sustained it for decades. He sustained it past the point where it was rebellion, past the point where it was genuine, past the point where he could have stopped if he had wanted to. The rebellion became the career became the identity. And now Krusty is trapped in the thing he built to escape his father's expectations, just as surely as Ned Flanders is trapped in the conditioning that was built to contain his chaos. Both men were altered as children to become something other than what they naturally were. Both became so thoroughly the altered version that the original is now largely inaccessible. And both are visible, daily, to the children of Springfield. Bart on his television, Rod and Todd at the dinner table next door, as models of how to be. This is worth dwelling on. The models of adulthood that Bart Simpson has available to him are Homer, whose primary mode is spectacular failure followed by unconditional love. Krusty, whose primary mode is performed chaos masking profound emptiness. And Ned, whose primary mode is suppressed feral rage expressed as relentless niceness. Three men, three very different forms of the same fundamental problem. A self that has been so thoroughly shaped by external pressure that the authentic person inside is largely unavailable. And Bart, who is 10 years old and paying attention in the way that 10-year-olds pay attention, instinctively through feeling rather than analysis, is taking all of this in. He is watching what happens to men in Springfield. He is watching what they become. He is watching the gap between what they were and what the town made of them. Krusty's relationship with Sideshow Bob is another thread worth examining here, because it connects to the larger pattern of Springfield relationships built on fundamental misunderstandings. Bob served as Krusty's sidekick for years. He was, by every account, the more talented of the two. His comedy was more sophisticated, his intellect was more obvious, his range was greater, and he spent years in a supporting role to a performer who was less capable than him, providing the intelligence that gave Krusty's chaos its scaffolding, doing the straight man work that made the wild clown comprehensible, and receiving none of the credit. Bob resented this. The resentment is what drove him to frame Krusty. He did not frame Krusty randomly. He framed the person who had been, in Bob's experience, the primary obstacle between Bob and the recognition his talent deserved. He replaced the mediocre performer with himself, briefly, and for a moment felt what it was like to be the one in front of the camera instead of behind it. And then a 10-year-old boy took it away from him. Bob's vendetta against Bart is in part a displaced vendetta against Krusty, against the system that elevated a less talented performer over a more talented one, against the specific injustice of Springfield's entertainment culture, which rewarded Krusty's chaotic personality over Bob's refined skill because chaos is more commercially accessible than refinement. Krusty got the show, Bob got the prison. Now, let us look at Sideshow Mel because he reveals something about the Krusty machinery that Bob's story only hints at. Mel is Bob's replacement. He has been Krusty's sidekick for the bulk of the show's run, and he has been treated by the show and by Krusty with a consistent affectionate dismissal. He is there. He holds the bone in his hair. He provides the pratfalls and the supporting reactions. He does the sidekick's work without complaint and without, as far as we can see, any of Bob's burning resentment about the role's terms. But why? What happened to Mel that did not happen to Bob? Both were accomplished performers before becoming Krusty's sidekick. Both possessed more refined talent than the man they supported. Both spent their careers in a subordinate role that their abilities did not require. The difference, the show suggests in the specific way it draws Mel's expressions during his background presence in Krusty segments, is that Mel has made his peace with it. He has processed the gap between his talent and his position and arrived somewhere quieter than Bob's fury. Whether that somewhere is genuine acceptance or resignation or a kind of private amusement at the absurdity of his situation is something the show has never quite resolved. But the contrast between Mel and Bob is a portrait of two possible responses to the same condition. The condition of being more capable than the role that has been assigned to you. Bob chose rage and vendetta. Mel chose something that looks, from the outside, like equanimity. The show does not tell us which of them is right. It presents both outcomes without judgment and lets you sit with the question. Krusty survived all of this. He always survives. Not through resilience, exactly, but through the specific kind of continuity that addicts and performers share. The show must go on. The pattern must repeat, because the alternative is confronting everything that the pattern is designed to avoid confronting. Krusty's show has been on the air in Springfield for longer than most of its viewers have been alive. He is still putting on the makeup, still doing the pratfalls, still producing the chaos that Herschel Kristofsky invented as a teenager to argue with his father. His father is gone now. The argument continues anyway, because in Springfield, once something starts, it does not stop. It just loops. Section 8, The Patty and Selma Conspiracy. There are two women who have never liked Homer Simpson. They have never liked him in a polite, background noise way. They have never liked him in a way that allows for occasional warmth or the possibility of mutual affection developing over time. They have disliked him with a consistency and an intensity and a specific quality of contempt that the show has maintained for 36 years without ever fully explaining why. Patty and Selma Bouvier, Marge's twin sisters, are among the most precisely observed characters in the series. They are the same person in almost every externally measurable way. The same voice, the same build, the same cigarettes, the same dead-eyed endurance of a life that has given them less than they deserved. They work at the DMV. They watch their stories. They hate Homer. And occasionally, in the gaps between the jokes about their bleakness, they reveal something that suggests a depth the show has only partially explored. The standard read on Patty and Selma's hatred of Homer is simple. He is not good enough for their sister. He never was. He showed up in Marge's life as a blundering, underachieving man with no visible prospects, and she fell in love with him anyway. And Patty and Selma have been watching the consequences of that decision play out for decades. Their contempt for Homer is sisterly protectiveness expressed in the register of absolute withering scorn. And that reading is accurate as far as it goes. But there is a version of Patty and Selma's story that the show has been quietly building in the margins of their more comedic appearances, and that version is considerably more interesting. Patty and Selma are women who wanted things from their lives that they did not get. Not in a vague, general sense, but in specific, documentable ways. Selma has wanted children. She has pursued this with a determination that the show treats as comic, but that is, looked at directly, the story of a woman who knows exactly what she wants and keeps finding the path to it blocked. She has adopted. She has pursued relationships specifically with the goal of family formation. She married multiple times, to Sideshow Bob, to Troy McClure, to others, with varying degrees of awareness about the genuineness of her partner's investment, but with consistent investment of her mind of her own. And every time something went wrong. The relationships collapsed. The adoptions had complications. The path to the family she wanted kept presenting obstacles that the show treats as punchlines, but that, accumulated across 36 seasons, constitute a genuinely sustained experience of loss and thwarted hope. Patty's story is different. In a later season, Patty comes out as gay. The show handles this with more grace than might be expected. Not perfectly, but with genuine effort toward treating it as significant rather than comic. And the revelation reframes everything about Patty's apparent contentment with her limited life. She was not failing to want things. She was wanting things in a context that did not allow for her to want them openly. In a social environment where the gap between what she was and what Springfield expected her to be was not something she could easily close. The double act structure the show built around Patty and Selma, the twinned voices, the identical presentation, the running jokes about their shared bleakness, served to make them feel interchangeable in a way that obscured how different their stories actually are. Patty and Selma are not the same person. They are two people who grew up in identical circumstances and arrived at very different relationships with the same fundamental problem. What do you do with a self that does not fit the container your life has provided? Selma's answer has been to keep trying to fit, to keep pursuing the standard forms, marriage, adoption, family, in hopes that eventually one of them would hold. Her string of failed relationships is not a comedy bit. It is a portrait of persistence in the face of a world that keeps refusing to make space for what she wants. Patty's answer has been to stop trying to fit and to find instead a way to live inside the container without fully occupying it. Her apparent contentment, the deadpan acceptance of the DM5 and the cigarettes and the limited apartment and the evenings watching television, was partly performance, partly genuine accommodation, partly the specific resignation of someone who learned early that fighting the container costs more than the fight is worth. Both of these responses are legible to anyone who has ever felt like their life's available options did not quite match their actual nature. Now consider the position these women occupy in Marge's life. Marge married Homer. Marge chose a life that, whatever its rewards, has required significant ongoing investment in keeping a difficult household functional. She has not become Patty and Selma. She has maintained a warmth and a hopefulness and a genuine investment in her family that her sisters have, at least performatively, declined to share. The official story is that Marge's love for Homer elevated her above the path her sisters took. But there is another way to read it. Marge's life is harder than her sisters' lives in some specific ways. She is managing Homer's disasters on a daily basis. She is raising 3 children in a house that regularly experiences structural drama. She is the emotional maintenance worker for a family in a town that provides very little structural support for any of the things she is trying to do. Her sisters, for all their bleakness, are not dealing with these demands. Their days are smaller and flatter, but also more predictable. The disasters that regularly reorganize the Simpson household do not reach the Bouvier apartment. Patty and Selma's contempt for Homer is, among other things, a form of protectiveness that contains a question they have never directly asked their sister. Was this worth it? Is this, the daily chaos management, the ongoing emotional labor, The life organized around someone who will never quite be what you deserve? Is this what you wanted? Is this better than what we have? They cannot ask the question openly because they know the answer will be yes, and they cannot fully believe the yes is genuine. From where they sit, Marge's investment in Homer looks like a woman who chose a hard life when easier ones were available and called that choice love, and has been maintaining that story through sheer force of will for decades. But Marge has something Patty and Selma do not. She has a family, not just children, though she has those too. She has a unit, a household, a structure that contains her and is contained by her, that needs her and that she needs. For all its difficulty, the Simpson family home is alive in a way that the Bouvier apartment is not. The chaos is evidence of life. The disasters are evidence of investment. The ongoing, exhausting work of keeping it together is evidence that there is something worth keeping together. There is something specific about what Patty and Selma know about Homer that the show hints at but never fully develops. They know the full history of how Homer and Marge got together. They were present for the early stages of that relationship. They watched it develop in real time. They had access to information about Homer's character and capabilities and choices in those early years that gave them a perspective on the relationship that even Marge from inside it did not have. And they chose to stay silent about whatever that perspective revealed. They did not intervene when the relationship was forming. They did not act on whatever they knew or suspected about what Marge was getting into. They made their dislike clear from the beginning, but they did not take any action beyond expressing that dislike. The question of why not, the question of what Patty and Selma know and what they have chosen not to do with what they know, is one of the show's most interesting, unexamined threads. Two women with full knowledge of the situation, with demonstrated investment in their sister's well-being, who have watched 36 years of consequences unfold from a choice they initially opposed, and who have simply been there. Watching, disapproving, never fully intervening. They are Springfield's most consistent witnesses. They observe, they comment, usually acidly. They never quite intervene. They are the only people in Springfield who regularly hold Homer accountable for what he costs the people around him. And they are completely powerless to change anything, which makes them, in the end, more like Springfield's residents than they appear. Watching clearly, commenting honestly, and unable to make a single bit of difference to the machinery rolling forward beneath them. Welcome to Springfield. Section 9. Springfield's Underground Economy. Springfield has a legitimate economy. It has the nuclear power plant, which is the largest single employer in town. It has Springfield Elementary, which employs teachers and administrative staff. It has the hospital, the police department, the fire station, the local government apparatus. It has small businesses, the Quick E-Mart, Moe's Tavern, the pawn shop, the various storefronts that populate Springfield's commercial district. And underneath all of that, running parallel to the visible economy, with its own rules and its own logic and its own figures of authority, Springfield has something else entirely. The show has documented Springfield's criminal underground more thoroughly than it is usually given credit for. And when you aggregate everything it has shown about organized crime, black market activity, and the specific economics of illegality in this town, you find a shadow economy that is substantial, well-organized, and structurally connected to the legitimate economy in ways that make the two very difficult to separate. Fat Tony is the most visible representative of this shadow economy. He is Springfield's mob boss, a character who appears repeatedly across the show's run, and who the show depicts with genuine affection. He is funny, he is charming, he has a particular dignity in his villainy that the show treats with more warmth than his criminal activities might warrant. He runs protection rackets, he controls certain distribution channels, he has been shown running illegal gambling operations, waste disposal schemes, and the specific variety of business activities that organized crime tends to gravitate toward in cities of Springfield's size. But the interesting thing about Fat Tony is not the crimes themselves. It is the relationship between his operations and the town's legitimate authority. Springfield's police department, as we have established, is not a neutral enforcement body. It is an institution with selective attention, organized around specific priorities that have very little to do with preventing crime and very much to do with maintaining the arrangements that keep Springfield's power structure stable. And the arrangements that keep Springfield's power structure stable include a fairly settled understanding with Fat Tony. This understanding is never made fully explicit in the show, but it is visible in the specific patterns of what gets prosecuted and what does not. Fat Tony's operations are repeatedly exposed, and Fat Tony is occasionally arrested, but the arrests are consistently temporary. He goes to trial. He avoids conviction through some combination of intimidation and evidence issues and the specific quality of Springfield's legal system that we have already seen operating in other contexts. He returns to his operations. The show treats this cycle as comedy. But the cycle is not random. It has a logic. Fat Tony operates in Springfield because the town's power structure finds his operations less threatening than the alternative, which is a genuine criminal ecosystem that the authorities have no relationship with and therefore no influence over. Fat Tony is known. Fat Tony is manageable. Fat Tony is, in the specific sense of shadow economy arrangements that exist in every city in the real world, a partner in the maintenance of a certain kind of order. He provides services that the legitimate economy cannot provide. He provides them to customers who would find those services elsewhere if he did not exist. And in exchange for being allowed to operate, he provides the authorities, specifically Wiggum, with a degree of visibility into the criminal activities of Springfield that a genuinely unmanaged shadow economy would not offer. This is not corruption in the dramatic sense. It is administration. It is the specific, unglamorous work of managing the gap between what a town's laws say should happen and what actually needs to happen to keep the town functional. Every city does some version of this. Springfield does it through Fat Tony, through Wiggum, and through a series of implicit arrangements that the show gestures toward without fully explaining. What is more interesting, and less frequently discussed, is the role of the Quick E-Mart in Springfield's shadow economy. Apu Nahasapima Petalon is one of the show's most complex characters. His specific economic position in Springfield reveals something important about how the town actually functions. The Quick E-Mart is open at all hours. It serves customers who cannot or will not use the town's other commercial infrastructure at certain times of day. It is the point of commercial access for Springfield's marginal residents. The ones who work irregular hours, who live outside the town's core social geography, who need things when other places are closed. This is a legitimate function. Every city has its versions of this, and those places tend to serve as de facto community centers for people who are not served by the town's official community structures. But the Quick E-Mart is also a point of information exchange. Apu sees everything. He works extraordinary hours and maintains relationships with an enormous cross-section of Springfield's population, from the wealthy and respectable to the marginal and irregular. He is present for things that happen at 3 in the morning that the town's official observers are not awake to see. He knows things. The show has occasionally gestured toward the specific knowledge Apu carries without fully exploring it. He has been shown as a witness to events that should have legal consequences, as a repository of information about Springfield's less visible population, as a person who operates at the intersection of the official economy and the shadow economy in a way that gives him an unusual view of both. There is also the matter of the products in the Quick E-Mart. The show has made regular jokes about the age and dubious provenance of the food in Apu's store. These jokes function in the same way many of the show's jokes function, as humor on the surface and as something darker underneath. The food that Apu sells to Springfield's residents is not quality food. It is cheap food, processed food, food that is available because the town's most economically vulnerable residents cannot afford better, and food that persists on the shelves because someone in the supply chain found a way to make it available at a price point that works for both seller and buyer, regardless of what it is doing to the people eating it. The Quick E-Mart food supply connects to a larger point about the economics of who gets poisoned in Springfield. Burns's nuclear facility poisons the whole town, but it does not poison everyone equally. The people most exposed to the plant's runoff are the people who live closest to it, who work in it, who cannot afford to live in the parts of Springfield that are upwind or upstream. These are the economically marginal residents of Springfield, the same residents who shop at the Quick E-Mart because it is what is available at the hours when they need things. The economic geography of Springfield, when you look at it, organizes vulnerability. The people with the fewest resources are the most exposed to the contamination. They eat the food that is most likely to be nutritionally compromised. They drink the water that is most likely to carry radioactive runoff. They work in the jobs that require the most direct contact with whatever the power plant is leaking into the town's infrastructure. This is not unique to Springfield. It is a precise depiction of how economic and environmental inequality operates in real cities, in the real world. The Springfield writers are doing what the best satirists do, taking a real pattern of harm and making it visible through exaggeration, through comedy, through the specific compressed clarity that fiction can achieve when it is trying to show you something that feels too large and too diffuse to see in everyday life. The underground economy serves the same function as the visible economy, but for the people the visible economy has decided not to serve. And in Springfield, the question of who the visible economy has decided not to serve is, upon examination, very directly connected to who benefits most from the policies of the town's dominant economic institution. Burns runs the power plant. Burns runs the economy. The people the economy does not serve are the ones whose labor and whose health and whose presence in the town are necessary to Burns's operations, but whose well-being is not. They shop at the Quick E-Mart. They drink at Moe's. They buy what Fat Tony is selling. They participate in the underground economy because the official economy has not built infrastructure for them. And the official economy has not built infrastructure for them because infrastructure would imply accountability, and accountability would imply attention, and attention would eventually arrive at the question of what is happening to these people and why. And that question leads directly to the power plant and the man who owns it. Now let us talk about the 6 laws that govern Springfield's shadow economy, because they operate with a consistency that suggests they are not accidental. Law 1. The shadow economy serves the needs that the official economy ignores. Fat Tony fills demand gaps that Burns's monopoly leaves open. Moe provides an outlet that the official social infrastructure does not. The Quick E-Mart provides access that the regular retail economy does not prioritize. Each element of the shadow economy is positioned precisely at a gap in the official economy. Law 2. The shadow economy's operators are known to the official authority but tolerated. Fat Tony is arrested and released. Moe's liquor license issues are periodically raised and ignored. The Quick E-Mart's food safety concerns are documented and unresolved. This is not incompetence, it is equilibrium. The official authority tolerates the shadow operators because their elimination would create problems that the official authority is not equipped to solve. Law 3. The shadow economy maintains its own internal hierarchy and code. Fat Tony does not tolerate freelance competition in his territory. Moe maintains specific rules about his regulars. The Quick E-Mart has its own supply chain and its own pricing logic that operate outside the normal commercial framework. Each element has internal governance that functions independently of external regulation. Law 4. The shadow economy's operators are personally invested in maintaining Springfield's dysfunction. Fat Tony's operations depend on demand for illegal services, which depends on a population with unmet needs and limited legitimate options. Moe's depends on alcoholism, which depends on the specific stresses and cognitive effects of life in Springfield. The Quick E-Mart's business model depends on a population too resource-constrained for better options. Law 5. The shadow economy exists in a feedback relationship with the contamination. The contamination produces the cognitive and physical dysfunction that generates demand for the shadow economy's offerings. The shadow economy maintains the population in a condition that keeps them dependent on its offerings. The contamination and the shadow economy are mutually reinforcing. Law 6. The shadow economy is ultimately organized around Burns, whether or not Burns is directly involved in it. Every element of the shadow economy serves the function of keeping Springfield's marginal population functional, present, and not rebellious. This is what Burns's economy requires of the shadow economy. Not participation, not direct relationship, just function. Just the management of the population the official economy uses but does not want to take responsibility for. Springfield's underground economy is not separate from Burns's economy. It is a feature of it. Section 10. The Children of Springfield. What happened to the next generation? Bart Simpson has friends. Not many, and not in the sustained, developmentally rich way that the show has given him a family. But he has Milhouse, his closest friend, whose relationship with Bart is one of the most thoroughly documented friendships in the series. He has Nelson, whose trajectory from bully to something more complicated is one of the show's quieter character developments. He has Martin Prince, the genius outcast, whose relationship with the social world of Springfield Elementary is a precise depiction of what happens to intelligence in an environment that does not value it. These are children. They are children who have grown up in Springfield, who have drunk the same water and breathed the same air and lived in the shadow of the same cracked cooling towers. They are a generation being formed by the same forces that formed their parents, and the show has, in glimpses and in asides, and in the specific details of their characterization, been building a picture of what those forces are doing to them. Start with Milhouse. Milhouse Van Houten is Bart's best friend, and he is also one of the most reliably unfortunate people in Springfield. Not in the dramatic, operatic way that Ned Flanders' misfortune is structured. In the smaller, persistent, corrosive way of someone whose life has not exactly gone wrong so much as it has consistently declined to go right. His parents divorce. His father becomes a perpetual depressive. His mother leaves. He is bullied, overlooked, in love with Lisa, who does not return his feelings with anything like the consistency he offers, and possessed of such a comprehensive lack of social standing that the show uses his humiliation as a shorthand for the bottom of Springfield's juvenile hierarchy. But here's the thing about Milhouse that the show has been slowly, patiently building across 36 seasons. He is still there. He keeps showing up. He absorbs every disappointment that Springfield delivers and maintains his investment in Bart and Lisa in the idea that things could eventually be better. He is not resilient in the admirable sense of the word. He does not bounce back with energy and optimism. He is resilient in the more accurate sense. He continues. He is still present. This is, depending on how you read it, either the most heartening thing about him or the most troubling. The heartening reading is that Milhouse represents a kind of bedrock human stubbornness, the refusal to stop wanting good things even when the environment is not cooperating. The troubling reading is that his persistence is not a choice but a limitation. He keeps hoping because he does not have the cognitive and emotional equipment to process the full weight of what his life has told him about his prospects. In Springfield, those two things look identical. Milhouse's father, Kirk Van Houten, is one of the show's most heartbreaking recurring portraits of a man whose life has simply deflated. He is not a bad person. He is not a dramatic failure. He is a man who has been removed from every structure that gave his life meaning, his marriage, his professional identity, his role as an active parent, and who has been drifting ever since in the specific limbo of a Springfield adult male who has lost his organizing principle. Kirk's song, Can I Borrow a Feeling, which he records in a moment of post-divorce creative aspiration, is one of the show's most direct jokes about the gap between ambition and execution. But it is also a portrait of a person who is still trying, who is still reaching for something, even when the reach is this awkward and this visible in its inadequacy. Kirk Van Houten is still making things. They are terrible things, but he is making them. Milhouse is his father's son. The trying in the face of evident inadequacy is genetic. The willingness to keep showing up even when the evidence suggests you probably should not is the Van Houten inheritance. And Bart, who is Milhouse's primary audience and primary beneficiary of this willingness, does not fully appreciate it. He never has. He takes Milhouse's loyalty as a given, uses it as the foundation for his adventures, and mostly fails to understand how much it costs the person providing it. Nelson Muntz is more straightforward on the surface and more complex underneath. He is the bully. He is the boy who learned early that the world around him was not going to be gentle, and who adapted to that lesson by becoming a source of ungentleness himself before someone else could do it to him first. Nelson is what happens to a child who receives the full weight of Springfield's problems without any of the buffering that the Simpson household, for all its chaos, provides to Bart. Homer is a terrible father in specific, well-documented ways, but he is present. He is engaged, messily and imperfectly and sometimes catastrophically, but he is there. Nelson's father is not there. Nelson's mother is barely there. The warmth and the chaos and the occasional genuine love that animate the Simpson household simply do not exist at Nelson's address. And the absence of those things is visible in everything about how Nelson carries himself. The aggressive posture, the reflexive ridicule, the specific emotional vocabulary of a child who has learned that vulnerability is the most dangerous thing you can display. But the show has given Nelson moments of surprising depth. His relationship with Lisa, which spans several episodes and has a genuine sweetness beneath its social improbability, is one of the show's more honest depictions of two people who are genuinely good for each other in ways that neither their own psychology nor their social context support. They should not work. They do, in those episodes, work. And they stop working not because the connection was fake, but because the environments they live in do not support the kind of relationship they could have. Lisa is the daughter of a middle-class family, however chaotic. Nelson is a child living in poverty in a neglected household. Springfield's social structure does not accommodate the relationship they have, and the show, being honest about the social structure, does not allow it to persist. Nelson's signature laugh, directed at misfortune, particularly other people's, is one of the show's most recognizable sound effects. And the show has, on multiple occasions, pointed at the specific sadness of that laugh, that Nelson is most comfortable responding to other people's pain with something that looks like amusement, because responding with any other emotion would require an openness he learned not to have very early in his life. Martin Prince is the show's clearest depiction of what intelligence without social support looks like in childhood. He is extremely smart, remarkably, conspicuously, annoyingly smart in the specific way that very intelligent children are sometimes annoying. Not because the intelligence is unpleasant, but because the intelligence has not yet learned to calibrate itself to the social temperature of the room. He says the right answer before he has been asked. He corrects teachers when they are wrong. He participates with an enthusiasm that the social environment of a Springfield public school cannot absorb without friction. And he is punished for this, consistently, reliably, across the entire run of the show. Not just by the bullies, though they are certainly part of it, but by the broader social atmosphere of Springfield Elementary, which, like most institutions in Springfield, has organized itself around the suppression of the traits that most threaten the town's equilibrium. Conspicuous intelligence is one of those traits. Martin is the child version of Lisa's problem. Lisa speaks up and is dismissed. Martin speaks up and is ridiculed. Both are demonstrating capacities that Springfield cannot accommodate, and both are receiving messages, delivered daily and from multiple directions, about the cost of being what they are. The show does not resolve this for either of them within the time frame of the main continuity. Martin is still being ridiculed. Lisa is still being overlooked. The lesson that Springfield teaches both of them, that intelligence is a liability rather than an asset in this specific community, is being reinforced episode by episode. This matters enormously for what Springfield is doing to its next generation. The town is training its most capable children to minimize their capabilities. It is teaching them, through the specific social mechanics of a public school that is underfunded, that excellence is a vulnerability, that visibility is a risk, and that the safest course of action is to find a level of presence that is low enough not to attract unwanted attention. Some children receive this lesson and adapt. Maggie, as we have discussed, adapted by disappearing entirely into silence. She processed the available evidence about what Springfield does to conspicuous intelligence and arrived at the most effective possible response: complete concealment. Others, like Lisa, receive the lesson and resist it. Lisa keeps speaking up. She keeps trying. She keeps doing the thing that Springfield has made clear it does not want her to do. This is admirable. It is also very expensive, and the show has never pretended otherwise. And still others, like Martin, keep showing up and keep getting knocked down and keep showing up again, because that is all they know how to do. Database, the show's other genius-adjacent child, whose interests and capabilities are narrower than Martin's, but whose social position is similarly precarious, represents a fourth response. He has found a subculture within Springfield Elementary that accommodates his specific capabilities. He has not adapted by hiding, like Maggie. He has not refused to adapt, like Lisa. He has found the smallest possible community within the larger one that can accommodate what he is, and he lives there. His world is small. but it is genuinely his. These four responses, concealment, refusal, persistence, miniaturization, are the options available to exceptionally capable children in a community that does not value exceptional capability. The children of Springfield are working through these options in real time, episode by episode, and the choices they are making will shape what they become. The town has its needs, and its children, like its adults, are being fitted to those needs whether they consent to the fitting or not. The radiation theory says this is the contamination at work, altering developmental biology across generations. The collective denial theory says this is the social contract reproducing itself, each new cohort learning what can and cannot be said, what can and cannot be noticed. The coma theory says these children are projections, Homer's imagined versions of what his kids' classmates might have become, assembled from the ambient information reaching him through the hospital room. But all of these theories agree on the shape of the outcome. The children of Springfield are being formed by their environment. That environment is not benign, and the adults they will become will carry what Springfield did to them quietly, invisibly, in ways they will not be fully able to articulate. Just like their parents. Just like their parents' parents. The loop holds. Section 11. The Springfield Elementary. Hidden Curriculum. There is a school at the heart of Springfield, and it is failing. Not in the dramatic, headline-generating way of a school that has completely collapsed. In the specific, grinding, daily way of an institution that is underfunded, poorly led, staffed by people who have mostly stopped expecting things to improve, and tasked with preparing children for a world while itself existing. Inside a town that has decided the most important thing is maintaining the appearance of normalcy. Springfield Elementary is one of the most thoroughly documented educational institutions in fictional history. We have spent 36 years inside its classrooms and hallways, watching its teachers and its principal and its students navigate the specific challenges of education in a community with very particular needs. And when you look at the full picture of what Springfield Elementary does, what it actually teaches its students, as opposed to what it claims to teach them, the picture is striking. Let us start with the teachers. Miss Elizabeth Hoover is Lisa's teacher for what appears to be the entirety of Lisa's time at Springfield Elementary. She is present in episode after episode across multiple decades, in the same classroom, with the same exhausted expression, delivering instruction with the specific quality of a person who once had ambitions for this work and has replaced those ambitions with something that looks like endurance. She is not unintelligent. She is not incapable. She is a person who entered a profession with requirements that the institution she works for cannot meet, and who has been in that gap long enough that the gap has become her normal. She knows that Lisa is extraordinary. She knows it clearly, in the way that teachers always know which students are extraordinary. And her relationship with that knowledge is complicated, because Lisa being extraordinary creates problems. Lisa's questions exceed the curriculum. Lisa's understanding of the material outpaces the pace the class needs to move at. Lisa's engagement with the subject matter surfaces the inadequacy of what the school is actually equipped to offer someone at her level. And Miss Hoover, who is not a bad person, manages this by doing what overwhelmed educational institutions always do with exceptional students who threaten the equilibrium. She works around Lisa rather than for her. This is not cruelty. It is limitation. It is what institutional constraint looks like at the level of the individual classroom. Now look at Principal Skinner, or Armin Tamzarian, the man whose name is legally Seymour Skinner, whether or not that is true. Skinner's relationship with Springfield Elementary is the show's clearest depiction of what happens to idealism inside a bureaucratic system. He was, at some point before the show begins, a person who believed in education. The evidence for this is present in the specific quality of his investment in the school. It is not purely administrative. It is not purely self-interested. It has the faint residue of a genuine commitment that has been worn down by years of limited resources, uncooperative children, and an institutional superstructure that does not actually value the work it is overseeing. Superintendent Chalmers visits periodically to evaluate Skinner's performance. Their relationship is the show's comedy version of institutional oversight, all theatrical confrontation and expedient capitulation, and the specific dance of appearances that happens when an evaluator and an evaluated party both understand that the evaluation is a performance rather than a genuine assessment. Chalmers arrives. Skinner scrambles. Something goes wrong. Chalmers appears angry. Something is explained or excused or blamed on a convenient scapegoat. Chalmers departs. Springfield Elementary continues exactly as before. The cycle is so well established that the show can play it entirely for laughs. But the cycle is also a precise depiction of how institutional accountability works in practice. The evaluation serves the interest of the system that generates it, not the students whose welfare it is ostensibly designed to protect. Now let us talk about the substitute teachers, because they reveal something important about what happens when the equilibrium briefly changes. Springfield Elementary has had multiple substitute teachers across its run. The most significant is the substitute who briefly replaces Miss Hoover and is remembered, decades later, as one of the few adults who genuinely engaged with Lisa on her own level. He saw her. He responded to what was actually there rather than managing it. He treated her intelligence as something to engage with rather than work around. And then he left. Because that is what substitutes do. They come, they briefly change the atmosphere, and they leave. And the institution returns to its permanent operating conditions. The good teacher is a temporary interruption. The inadequate institution is the permanent state. This is the specific educational trauma that Springfield Elementary delivers to its most capable students. It gives them periodic glimpses of what education could be, what engagement feels like, what genuine intellectual attention from an adult feels like, and then it removes those glimpses and returns them to the institutional average. The glimpses are not helpful, they are disorienting. They show you what is possible and then take it away. They make the inadequacy more visible by providing a point of comparison. Lisa does not just know that Springfield Elementary is failing her. She knows what it would feel like for it not to fail her, because she has had those glimpses. The distance between what is and what could be is visible to her in a way it is not visible to students who have never seen anything different. Groundskeeper Willie is the school's most honest employee, not because he is particularly enlightened or morally superior, but because he has no institutional investment in the school's self-presentation. He does not need to maintain the fiction that Springfield Elementary is achieving its educational goals. He cleans things. He is hired to interact with the physical infrastructure of the building rather than its educational function. And without the institutional investment in the fiction, he is free to observe what is actually happening. The show uses Willie primarily for comedy, but his observations about the school, about Skinner, about the children, about the general state of the operation, tend to be the most accurate observations in any given episode. He is the court jester in the small kingdom of Springfield Elementary, the person whose structural position exempts him from the social pressure that makes honesty costly. Now the hidden curriculum. This is the core of what this section is trying to articulate. A hidden curriculum in educational theory is the set of unstated lessons that an institution teaches alongside its official content. Every school has one. It is transmitted through the way the institution is organized, through the behaviors that are rewarded and punished, through the implicit messages about who matters, and what the point of all this is. Springfield Elementary's official curriculum is the standard American elementary school framework. Reading, writing, mathematics, the history of the country, the science of the world. It delivers this with varying levels of adequacy but genuine effort. The content is present. The hidden curriculum is different, and it has 6 major components. Hidden Component 1. Authority is arbitrary. Skinner's decisions are inconsistent. The rules are applied differently to different students depending on who they are and what social position they occupy. Bart experiences the rules as a personal target. Martin experiences them as a tool that the bullies can manipulate. Lisa experiences them as structures that protect some kinds of intelligence and not others. The hidden lesson is that authority does not operate on principle. It operates on position. Hidden component 2. Your natural capabilities are less important than your social performance. Martin's intelligence earns him ridicule. Nelson's physical confidence earns him social standing. Bart's charisma earns him attention. Lisa's intelligence earns her isolation. The hidden lesson is that what the school officially values, academic achievement, is not what the social environment rewards. The two systems are in constant tension, and the social environment wins. Hidden component 3. Institutional memory is unreliable. The show has established that Springfield Elementary forgets catastrophic events between episodes. Teachers who were revealed to be frauds continue teaching. Scandals that should have produced lasting administrative change produce nothing lasting. The hidden lesson is that the institution does not learn. It resets. The students' experiences within it are not accumulated into institutional improvement. Hidden component 4. Your problems are your own. The school has limited capacity for addressing student welfare beyond the academic. Nelson's home situation is known to school staff. Bart's behavioral issues are known to school staff. Lisa's social isolation is known to school staff. None of these are systematically addressed. The hidden lesson is that the institution is responsible for delivering curriculum and not much else, and students whose lives make curriculum delivery difficult should manage that difficulty privately. Hidden component 5. Dissent is managed, not addressed. When Lisa raises a concern about the curriculum, the concern is managed, given a hearing, given some acknowledgement, and then the curriculum continues unchanged. When Bart challenges authority, the challenge is punished, and order is restored. The hidden lesson is that the institution can absorb dissent without changing because of it. Speaking up changes nothing. The machine continues. Hidden component 6. This is what you can expect. The specific combination of institutional inadequacy, social difficulty, and managed expectation that Springfield Elementary delivers is, the school implicitly teaches, representative of what life provides. This is the template. The adult institutions you will encounter will operate on similar principles. The relationships between the capable and the average, the compliant and the rebellious, the powerful and the powerless, will look like this. Prepare accordingly. This hidden curriculum is working. It has been working for 36 years. The children who pass through Springfield Elementary emerge as the adults we see in Springfield's population. The adults who do not ask about the three-eyed fish, who accept the reset after each catastrophe, who maintain the collective agreement not to see what is plainly visible. Springfield Elementary's job, its actual job, underneath the nominal job of education, is to produce adults who will not disturb Springfield's arrangements. And it is doing that job, imperfectly, as everything in Springfield is done imperfectly, but the direction is consistent. Year after year, Springfield Elementary processes the town's children through an educational experience that equips them to participate in the existing system without questioning whether the existing system should exist. That is what Springfield Elementary is teaching. And for most of the children who pass through it, it is working exactly as intended. Section 12. The final loop. Every mystery points to one thing. We have been in Springfield for a long time tonight, longer in some ways than any of the individual episodes we have discussed. We have walked through the yellow skin and the broken police department, and the genius hiding behind a pacifier and the children being quietly shaped into the adults the town requires. We have spent time with Barney's buried talent and Krusty's inherited rebellion and Ned Flanders' psychological cage and the shadow economy that keeps Springfield's marginal population functional without requiring the people responsible for their marginalization to change anything about how they operate. And now we are here at the end, which is also the beginning, because in Springfield, the end is always the beginning. The loop holds. The reset comes. The family gathers on the couch and the theme plays where and we are back where we started. So let us use this final section to do something the individual sections could not. Let us look at the whole picture. Every mystery we have examined tonight connects to every other mystery. They are not separate threads. They are one thread, wound back on itself so many times that the individual strands look distinct from close up. Pull back far enough, and the single thread becomes visible. Springfield is a system. That is the thing that all of these theories, approached from different angles, are trying to say. Not that Springfield is a conspiracy in the sense of a deliberate, coordinated scheme with a mastermind giving instructions. A system, an emergent structure that produces specific outcomes through the interaction of its parts, without requiring any single person to intend all of those outcomes. Burns is the dominant element of the system, but he is not the only element. The system includes Wiggum's selective policing, and the DMV's bureaucratic friction, and Moe's pressure release function, and Springfield Elementary's civic education deficit, and the Quick E-Mart's role in the town's nutritional infrastructure and the underground economy's management of the population. The official economy does not want to deal with. It includes Homer's strategic incompetence at the power plant, and Ned's therapeutic compliance, and Krusty's performed authenticity, and Barney's alcoholic fog. It includes the collective agreement to forget that the principle in the Popper theory made explicit, the ongoing exercise of mass selective amnesia that allows Springfield to experience catastrophe after catastrophe without any catastrophe ever producing lasting change. All of these elements interact. All of them reinforce each other. And the system they constitute produces, with remarkable consistency across 36 seasons, the same outcome. Springfield stays the same. Not literally the same. The technology changes. The cultural references update. The guest characters reflect whatever is current in American public life at the time each episode airs. But structurally, fundamentally, at the level of what is possible and what is not, what changes and what does not, who rises and who stays down, who benefits and who is used, Springfield stays exactly the same. And this is the show's most precise and most disturbing observation about America. Because Springfield is America, not metaphorically, precisely. The show has been mapping the American power structure onto an animated setting for 36 years, and the map is accurate in ways that feel uncomfortable once you see them clearly. The billionaire who owns the economy and poisons the environment and buys the political protection he needs and remains personally immune to the consequences of his actions, while the people around him absorb those consequences. The police department that serves institutional power, rather than the community it nominally protects. The educational system that trains children for compliance rather than citizenship. The media landscape that distracts more than it informs, that provides the appearance of engagement without the substance. The underground economy that keeps the most vulnerable people functional at the lowest possible cost to the people who benefit from their vulnerability. This is not a cartoon version of America, it is a compressed version of America. The compression is what makes it legible. In real life, these structures operate at a scale and a speed and a complexity that makes them difficult to see. In Springfield, they operate in 30-episode seasons with consistent characters and a recognizable geography. You can hold the whole thing in your head, and once you can hold it in your head, you can see what it is doing. Now, the show has been running for 36 years, and across those 36 years, across the many writers and producers, and creative voices that have shaped it, the show has maintained a specific tonal relationship with everything it depicts. It is a comedy. It approaches these structures with humor rather than horror. It asks you to laugh at Burns rather than fear him, to find Homer endearing rather than tragic, to treat Wiggum as a buffoon rather than a tool of institutional corruption. This tonal choice is both the show's greatest strength and its most interesting mystery. Because the comedy performs a function that is almost identical to the function Springfield's collective amnesia performs inside the show. It makes the difficult things bearable to look at. It takes the weight of what is actually being depicted, the systematic exploitation of a community, the multi-generational damage of chronic environmental exposure, the institutional machinery that keeps people in their place. and it wraps that weight in laughter so that it can be received by an audience that would not, in many cases, choose to sit with the undressed version of the same content. The Simpsons is doing what the best comedy has always done. It is telling you the truth in the only form in which you will accept it. And the form it chose, the American nuclear family, the small town setting, the animated aesthetic that signals for children while delivering content for adults, is one of the most perfectly chosen vehicles in television history for exactly the kind of truth it is trying to deliver. Because the American nuclear family is the unit that American culture has decided is the primary container of the good life. It is the thing we build everything toward, the structure we organize our economics and our housing and our politics and our television schedules around. It is, in the deepest possible cultural sense, sacred. And The Simpsons is a story about how that sacred thing survive in a world that is systematically hostile to it. Not because the world is malicious, it is not in any unified, deliberate sense, but because the world is structured in ways that make the good life available to some and not to others, and the Simpson family is, by every measure, among the people it is not fully available to. Homer's job keeps the family fed, but is also slowly killing him and everyone around him. Marge's patience keeps the family together, but costs her things the show documents without always naming. Bart's rebellion keeps his spirit alive, but costs him at school and in the social world. Lisa's intelligence is her most essential quality, and also the quality that the world around her is least equipped to accommodate. Maggie is watching all of this and waiting, and has been waiting for 36 years. The Simpsons survive, they keep surviving, they go on the couch and they go to the table and they go through crises, and they come out the other side and they are still there, still together, still fundamentally intact in a way that the town around them has never managed to fully disrupt. This is the thing the coma theory is reaching for when it describes Homer's dream as a love letter. The show is a love letter, not Homer's specifically, though that framing is beautiful and probably true in some sense. The show is a love letter from its writers to the families they grew up in, and the town they grew up in, and the America they have spent their careers observing. It is a love letter that does not pretend its subject is uncomplicated or without darkness. It is a love letter that looks directly at the hardest parts of what it is depicting and says, I see this, I see how hard this is, I see what this costs, and I love it anyway. That is what 36 seasons of a comedy about a dysfunctional family is at its foundation. A love letter, in the form that love letters take when they are made by people who are honest about what they love. Now let us spend some time with the specific unresolved mysteries that will stay with you long after this video ends, because some of the most interesting threads in this show are the ones that cannot be tied off cleanly. The question of what Maggie will do. 36 years of watching and waiting and accumulating information and choosing silence, and the show has never shown us the moment when she decides to act. We know she can act. We know she has acted. But the full expression of what she is building to, the specific choice that a woman with her intelligence and her history and her particular relationship to Springfield's mechanisms of control would eventually make, remains unrevealed. She is the show's greatest unresolved note, the question it keeps asking and postponing, the question of where Mona Simpson's remaining co-conspirators are. She destroyed Burns's biological weapons lab with a group of activists. She was the only one identified and forced into hiding. The others, the people who were there that night, who know what Burns was doing in Springfield before anyone else knew, the show has never returned to them. They are somewhere, they know something, and they have been silent for the entire run of the show. The question of what Abe Simpson actually knows. He covered up his wife's disappearance. He made a deal with Burns. He spent decades as the town's most visible, unreliable narrator of the Simpson family history. The things he knows that he has not said. The specific knowledge he carries about Burns, and about Mona, and about the arrangement that guaranteed Homer's job. Some of it he has shared, in pieces, across various episodes. But the full picture, if Abe has ever held it in its entirety, has never been presented. The question of what Springfield looked like before Burns. The show has occasionally gestured toward a pre-industrial Springfield, a town that existed before the power plant, before Burns's economic dominance, before the specific arrangements that the show depicts as the town's permanent condition. What was Springfield then? What was it organized around? What did people do? What was the water like when it had not been contaminated for 50 years? These unresolved threads are not failures of the writing. They are, in their own way, the most honest thing about the show. Real systems do not resolve cleanly. Real institutional damage does not produce conclusions. Real communities shaped by the kind of forces shaping Springfield do not arrive at moments of revelation and reckoning and clean narrative catharsis. They go on. They accumulate. They loop. The Simpsons loops because America loops. Because the structural problems that the show has been mapping for 36 years are structural, which means they do not respond to individual episode-level interventions. They require the kind of sustained, collective, multi-generational effort that a half-hour animated comedy cannot contain. So the show does not try to contain it. It just shows you the loop from inside the loop every Sunday night with the same couch and the same family and the same cracked cooling towers in the background. Now let us talk about the floating timeline one final time, because it is the thread that runs through every other thread, and understanding it properly changes how you experience every episode you have ever watched. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when The Simpsons debuted in 1989. He is 10 years old right now. Lisa was 8 then. She is 8 now. Homer and Marge were roughly in their mid-30s. They still are. Maggie was 1 year old. She still is. 36 years have passed in the real world. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The industry term for this is a floating timeline. It means the show's present is always the viewer's present. When the episode airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. When it aired in 1995, they were living in 1995. The year changes, the technology changes, the references change, but the characters do not. They exist in a state of temporal suspension where everything around them evolves and they remain frozen. The most obvious problem this creates is Homer and Marge's backstory. When the show began, their history was grounded in the late 1970s and early 1980s. They met in high school. They fell in love. Their courtship was set during a specific era, complete with era-appropriate music, fashion, and cultural references. Homer's hair, Marge's prom dress, the whole thing was anchored to a time period that made sense for parents in their mid-30s during the late 1980s. But as the floating timeline dragged the present forward, the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they did not meet in 1980. They met in approximately 2005, which means their high school experience was not defined by Watergate and disco. It was defined by MySpace and early YouTube. The show has depicted this shift explicitly. In later flashback episodes, Homer and Marge's youth has been rewritten to include references to the 1990s, then the 2000s, then the 2010s. Their origin story has been told and retold at least 4 times, each version placing their formative years in a different decade. This means Homer and Marge do not have a fixed past. Their history is rewritten every few years to maintain the illusion of a permanent present. Their memories are unstable. Their origin story is a draft that keeps getting revised. And the show treats this as normal, because within the logic of a floating timeline, it is normal. Characters do not have histories. They have approximations. They have whatever backstory is needed to make the current episode work. Now apply the theories. Every single theory we have discussed in this video converges on this point. Every one of them arrives at the same conclusion through a different path. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. The radiation theory says nobody ages because their biology has been mutated by decades of nuclear contamination. The principle in the Popper theory says nobody ages because Springfield collectively agrees to ignore any truth that threatens the status quo, including the truth of time passing. The Burns immortality theory says at least one person in Springfield has found a way to cheat death through technology and wealth, which means the concept of aging is already negotiable in this universe. All of these theories are saying the same thing in different languages. Time does not work in Springfield. Something about Springfield, whether it is the radiation or the coma or the collective denial or the billionaire's medical technology or some combination of all 4, has broken the normal flow of time for everyone who lives there. The floating timeline is not a production convenience. It is a symptom. It is the show telling you that these characters are trapped, locked in a loop, endlessly cycling through variations of the same lives without ever progressing, without ever growing, without ever reaching the conclusion that time should eventually deliver to every living thing. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done it multiple times. In the season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding, the show flashes forward to show Lisa as a 23-year-old woman engaged to be married. The future it depicts is detailed, specific, and emotionally rich. Lisa has grown up. She has become the person the show has always suggested she would become. Intelligent, principled, lonely, searching for connection in a world that does not quite understand her. The episode proves that The Simpsons can imagine its characters as adults. It can envision their futures. It can tell stories about who they would become if time were allowed to pass. But it chooses not to. The flash forward is a single episode, a what if, a glimpse through a window that immediately closes. Lisa returns to being 8 years old. Bart returns to being 10. The future is locked away, and the permanent present resumes as if the glimpse never happened. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. And this is where the mystery becomes something larger than The Simpsons. Because the floating timeline is not just a narrative device. It is a statement, it's a statement about America. The Simpsons is the American family. They have been the American family for longer than any other fictional household in the history of the medium. And the American family, as The Simpsons depicts it, cannot be allowed to change. Homer must always be middle-aged. Marge must always be patient. Bart must always be rebellious. Lisa must always be idealistic. Maggie must always be silent. The dynamic must be preserved. The structure must hold. Because the moment the Simpson family ages, the moment Bart goes to college and Lisa moves away, and Maggie starts talking and Homer retires and Marge is left in an empty house on Evergreen Terrace, the show is not a comedy anymore. It is an elegy. It is the story of a family that ran out of time. And America does not want that story. America wants the version where the kids are always young and the parents are always together, and the house always looks the same, and the beer is always cold, and the couch gag always plays, and nobody ever has to say goodbye. The floating timeline is the show's thesis statement. The Simpsons are frozen in time because we need them to be, because they represent something we cannot afford to let go of. The messy, chaotic, dysfunctional, loving, infuriating, indestructible American family. The family that survives everything, that recovers from everything, that resets after every disaster and starts fresh every Sunday night at 8. The Simpsons do not age because aging means ending. And the American family is not allowed to end, not in television, not in our imagination, not in the dream of a comatose man in a hospital bed in a town that does not appear on any map. The loop is not their prison. It is ours. We built it. We maintain it. We tune in every week to make sure the walls are still standing, and the family is still intact, and the timeline is still floating. And every time we watch, every time we laugh, every time we quote a line from an episode that aired before most of us were born, we make the loop a little stronger, a little harder for the Simpsons to escape. Because if they escape, if the timeline stops floating and starts landing, if Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9 and Maggie finally says her second word, then the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that the version of America it represents, the chaotic, resilient, eternally optimistic version of the middle-class American family, was always temporary, was always fragile, was always one birthday away from dissolving into something we do not recognize anymore. The Simpsons are trapped in a loop because we trap them there. And every theory in this video, every mystery, every buried storyline, every contradiction, every impossible thing that happens in Springfield and gets forgotten by the next episode, it all comes back to this. Time stopped in Springfield because we stopped it. We pressed pause in 1989 and we never pressed play. And now here we are, 36 years later, watching the same family, in the same house, on the same street, in the same impossible town. Waiting for something to change, knowing nothing will, because we will not let it. The Simpsons is not hiding its mysteries, it is showing them to you every single week. It is just that nobody in Springfield can see them because Springfield will not let them. And nobody in the audience can see them because we have been watching for so long that we have become Springfield. We have accepted the yellow skin and the four fingers and the ageless children and the billionaire who will not die and the town that will not change. We have normalized it all. We have become the people who look at a three-eyed fish and say, well, that is just how things are around here, but they do not have to be. The theories exist because some people looked at Springfield and refused to accept the surface. They dug, they connected, they asked the questions that the characters cannot ask because the characters are trapped inside the loop. And what they found, oh my god, what we have been exploring for the past several hours, is a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more beautiful than the one the show presents at face value. A version where Homer's difficulty is a scar left by a system that broke his family, where Maggie's silence is the smartest thing anyone in the family has ever done, where Burns's immortality is the logical conclusion of unchecked wealth, where Marge's patience is the foundation that keeps the whole fragile structure standing, where Bart's rebellion is the only sane response to a world that has stopped making sense, and where Lisa, 8 years old and brilliant and alone, keeps asking questions that nobody wants to answer because she is the only person in Springfield who has not stopped looking. That is The Simpsons. 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes, the longest-running animated series in American history. The most analyzed, most theorized, most dissected show ever created. And after all of that, after all the theories and all the evidence and all the hours spent trying to crack the code, the biggest mystery is still the simplest one. Why cannot we let them go? Maybe because they are us. Maybe because Springfield is our town. Maybe because Homer is our father and Marge is our mother. And Bart is who we wanted to be. And Lisa is who we should have been. And Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep hidden behind a pacifier, watching everything, saying nothing, waiting for the right moment to finally speak. Or maybe it is simpler than that. Maybe we cannot let them go because letting them go means admitting that 36 years have passed, that we are older now, that the world has changed, that the couch we sat on as kids while watching the opening credits is gone, or in someone else's house or somewhere far away. And as long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the loop keeps floating, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and Homer is stumbling through the door at 5:30 after another day at the plant, we do not have to admit any of that. We can sit down, we can turn on the television, and we can go home to Evergreen Terrace, to Springfield, to the family that never changes, in the town that never ages, in the show that never ends. And that is where we will leave Springfield tonight. The lights are still on at the power plant. Homer is on the couch. The kids are in their rooms. Ned's hedge is trimmed. Burns is somewhere being sustained by treatments that the rest of the town cannot afford, watching the town he owns through whatever windows his empire provides. Nothing has changed. Everything has changed, a little in the looking. That is what these theories do. They do not solve Springfield. They change the angle of the looking. They make visible the things that the show has been placing in plain sight for 36 years, trusting that eventually someone would look at them long enough to see what they are. You are still awake, or you are drifting, half in and half out, the way you drift when a long story has brought you to the edge of sleep without quite pushing you over. Springfield is still there in the background of your mind, that yellow glow from the cooling towers illuminating nothing in particular. The mysteries will still be there in the morning. The loop will still be running. Bart will still be 10. Sleep well. Aina. End of script. Extended analysis. Deeper into Springfield. Four hours of unsolved Simpsons mysteries and hidden details to fall asleep to. Deeper dive. Section 1. The Yellow Skin Mystery. There is a question that has been sitting at the center of The Simpsons for 36 years, and it is so obvious, so fundamental, so staggeringly in plain sight, that almost nobody asks it. Why is everyone in Springfield yellow? Not some of the residents, not the main characters. Every single human being in the town, the banker and the teacher and the nurse and the sanitation worker, the mayor and the criminal and the priest and the farmer. The children and the elderly, the healthy and the sick. Every person who has ever drawn breath in Springfield, wherever Springfield actually is the same shade of saturated, impossible yellow. And nobody in the show has ever, in 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, stopped to wonder about it out loud. That silence is the most interesting thing about the yellow skin. Not the color itself, the silence around it. So settle in, get comfortable, and let your eyes close whenever they feel like it. For the next several hours, we are going to walk very slowly through the strangest, darkest, and most beautifully hidden corners of The Simpsons. We are not rushing anywhere. This is Springfield. Time does not really move here anyway. Let us start with the yellow. The standard explanation that fans reach for when this question comes up is the simplest one. It is a stylistic choice. Matt Groening, the creator of the show, wanted the characters to look immediately distinct from any other show on television. He wanted viewers flipping through channels in 1989 to know within a single glance that they had found The Simpsons without reading a title card or recognizing a character. Yellow skin achieved that instantly. It was a production decision, a branding decision, a visual identity decision. And that explanation is completely true. Matt Groening has confirmed it in multiple interviews. The yellow skin was chosen because it was bold, because it was unique, because it created an unmistakable visual signature. This is not a contested fact. But here is where things get interesting. The show has been running for long enough, and the writers have been clever enough, that a decision which began as pure aesthetics has gradually accumulated meaning inside the show's own universe. Details that were never intended to mean anything have been picked up, examined, and woven into theories so internally consistent that the original intent stops mattering. The question was never just why Groening chose yellow. The question the theories ask is something subtler. Given that the characters are yellow, and given everything we know about Springfield's environment, what does it mean that they are yellow? And the answer the show has been quietly assembling for 3.5 decades is genuinely troubling. Let us build this slowly. The Springfield nuclear power plant began operations sometime in the mid-20th century. The exact date shifts depending on the episode, the way most things in Springfield shift, but the general picture is consistent. Burns built the plant, Burns has run the plant, and the plant has been pumping something into the surrounding environment for decades. We know this not from fan inference, but from the show directly. The three-eyed fish, Blinky, is the most visible evidence. A fish pulled from the river near the plant, mutated by runoff into something that should not exist. The show presents this as a punchline and then moves on. But Blinky is not a punchline. Blinky is a measurement. Blinky is what the river looks like after decades of contamination. And the question the show never follows up on is what the people drinking that water look like after decades of the same. The answer might be that they look yellow. Jaundice is the medical term for yellowing of the skin. It is caused by elevated bilirubin in the bloodstream. In adults, jaundice is a symptom, usually of liver dysfunction, often caused by environmental toxins, long-term chemical exposure, or chronic damage to the organs responsible for filtering the blood. A population living downstream from a leaking nuclear facility, drinking contaminated water for generations, would have elevated rates of liver stress. Their skin might take on a yellowish tint. Their eyes might show it too, which they do, those enormous Springfield eyes that bulge and yellow at the edges. The show has been drawing the symptoms of chronic toxic exposure into every character for 36 years and calling it an art style. There is also another dimension to this, one that the radiation theory alone does not fully explain. Carotenemia is a real and documented medical condition in which the skin turns yellow-orange due to excessive beta-carotene in the diet. It is completely benign on its own, but it is also a marker of something. It suggests that the population in question is eating a diet unusually heavy in a specific category of foods, or that their bodies are processing beta-carotene abnormally. In a town where the river is compromised and the water supply is questionable, a community might shift its diet toward whatever food sources feel safer, or toward whatever is cheapest and most available. The show has depicted Springfield's food culture as consistently strange. Lard, artificial products, things that come in cans and boxes and have ingredient lists that read like chemistry homework. A community poisoned at the water table might adapt its eating habits in ways that compound the visible signs of that poisoning. The yellow skin is not one thing. It is several things overlapping. Radiation exposure, liver stress, dietary adaptation, genetic drift across generations, and possibly something else, something the show hints at but never names directly. a kind of cellular normalization, where the body has integrated the contamination so thoroughly that it no longer fights it. The yellow is not illness in the traditional sense. It is Springfield's version of healthy. It is what the body looks like when it has finished adjusting to an environment that should have killed it and did not. This is why visitors to Springfield look different. When celebrities appear on the show, when characters arrive from outside the town, they are drawn with proportions that more closely approximate real human anatomy. Their eyes are slightly more natural. Their skin, while still animated, reads as less extreme. The show's defenders say this is just a visual shorthand for distinguishing guest characters from recurring ones. And that is probably true on a production level. But inside the logic of the show's universe, it means something. The people who live in Springfield look a specific way that people from outside Springfield do not share. The town has produced a visible, consistent, generationally reinforced physical signature. And every resident carries it in their skin. Think about what that means for Homer and Marge's children. Bart was born in Springfield to two parents who had already been living in the contaminated environment for years before his birth. Lisa was born the same way. Maggie the same. All three children entered the world with the full weight of Springfield's environmental history, already part of their biology, already woven into their cells before they took their first breath. They did not develop the yellow skin, they were born with it. Because Springfield does not just affect the people who move there. It propagates itself forward, it passes the contamination on. And here's a detail that does not get discussed enough. The show has established that Homer worked at the nuclear power plant before Bart was born. He had been working there in direct proximity to an active reactor core for years before he and Marge started their family. The radiation exposure Homer was carrying in his body during the years his children were conceived is part of the equation. The crayon lodged in his brain, the cognitive impairments, the unusual physical resilience. These are the visible effects on Homer himself. But what gets passed on silently, what gets carried in the biology without announcing itself, is the part that matters for the children. Bart's behavior, Lisa's hyperacuity, Maggie's impossible intelligence. The show presents these as personality traits, as individual quirks, as the comedic DNA of the Simpson family. But they are also consistent with the kind of neurodevelopmental variation you would expect in a family, with that level of environmental exposure over that many years. Not every mutation makes things worse. Some mutations amplify. Some mutations create capacities that did not exist before. And some mutations are so subtle that they look indistinguishable from personality until you step back far enough to see the pattern. The yellow skin is just the most visible version of what Springfield has done to its population. The part you can see. The part that hides in plain sight for 36 years, while the show builds its case one quiet detail at a time. And the reason nobody in Springfield questions it, the reason Homer has never looked in a mirror and asked why he is that color, the reason Marge has never brought it up at a doctor's appointment, the reason not one of the thousands of residents who walk through Springfield's streets every day has ever stopped and said something seems wrong here, is the same reason they never question the three-eyed fish or the cracked cooling towers or the man who glows in the dark after his weekly treatment. The contamination that turned them yellow also affected the part of the brain responsible for noticing that something is wrong. Springfield is not in denial. Springfield is the denial. The yellow skin and the silence about the yellow skin are the same thing. They come from the same source. They are maintained by the same mechanism. And the show has been telling you this since the very first episode, in the color of every face on every frame of animation. Quietly, patiently, waiting for someone to look closely enough to see it. Before we go any further, drop a comment and tell me where in the world you are watching from right now and what time it is there. There is something genuinely wonderful about knowing people from everywhere are settling in with these videos at all hours. And if you have not subscribed yet, please do. It helps more than you know, and there is a lot more where this is coming from. Deeper Dive. Section 2. The Treehouse of Horror Continuity Conspiracy. Every October, The Simpsons produces a special episode, 3 short stories, horror anthology format. Characters die in gruesome ways, the laws of physics collapse, the dead return, monsters appear, the universe folds in on itself. And then the episode ends, the next regular episode airs, and nobody in Springfield remembers any of it. The official explanation is that the Treehouse of Horror episodes are non-canonical. They exist outside the show's regular continuity. They are a sandbox, a creative holiday, a guilt-free zone where the writers can do things they could never do in a regular episode because nothing counts. Homer can be killed in 17 different ways. Springfield can be destroyed. Bart can transform into a demon. None of it matters because it is the Halloween special, and Halloween specials are not real. Except the show has never actually said this. There is no framing device in the early Treehouse of Horror episodes that explicitly labels the content as non-canonical. The first three installments are presented as stories told around a campfire, or as Bart reading horror comics, or as segments with slight narrative distance. But that distance is thin. Thinner than fans have ever fully reckoned with. And as the series progressed, the Treehouse of Horror episodes became less contained, less framed, and more structurally identical to regular episodes, just with higher body counts and more supernatural content. Which raises the question that the continuity theory builds from. What if the Treehouse of Horror episodes are not non-canonical? What if they are the most canonical episodes of the entire series? Think about what happens in them. Burns is revealed to be a vampire, an ancient creature who has been feeding on the population of Springfield for an indeterminate period. Homer makes a deal with the devil and then outsmarts the devil through a technicality, which is entirely consistent with Homer's pattern of stumbling into victories he does not deserve. Bart discovers he has telekinetic powers. Lisa raises the dead using a mysterious formula. Springfield is invaded by aliens. Homer invents a time machine. The world ends repeatedly in ways that are casual and cheerful and immediately undone. What if none of it is undone? What if every Treehouse of Horror episode is a record of something that actually happened in Springfield, filtered through the town's collective agreement not to acknowledge it? We already know Springfield resets after catastrophic events. The dome came down and went up. The town has been destroyed and rebuilt. Nuclear near misses have occurred and been forgotten. The mechanism for mass forgetting is already established as a feature of Springfield's social reality. The Principal and the Pauper episode made this explicit. The town votes, collectively and deliberately, to erase inconvenient truths. If that mechanism exists for everyday catastrophes, there is no reason it would not operate for supernatural ones. Burns being a vampire would explain a great deal about his longevity. The immortality theory we will come back to later explains his survival through medical technology and radiation management. But the Treehouse of Horror episode that depicts him as a vampire does not feel like a stretch. A man who has lived for over a century, who requires weekly blood-adjacent treatments to sustain his biological functions, who controls the town's energy supply and therefore controls who gets warmth and who freezes, who invites workers into his facility and drains them of their vitality over the course of their careers. The metaphor is so close to the surface that depicting him as a literal vampire barely changes anything. And Springfield's response to discovering Burns is a vampire in the Treehouse of Horror version. They stake him, he dies, and then by the next scene he is fine and nobody mentions it. The reset is built into the special itself. The town discovered that their billionaire employer was an immortal blood-drinking predator, killed him, and then forgot they had done it before the credits rolled. If that is the mechanism, it is the cleanest explanation for how a man who has had every disease, been shot, been collapsed upon, been abandoned in the wilderness, and been subjected to decades of medical interventions that would kill anyone else keeps showing up at the plant on Monday morning. Springfield kills Burns on a semi-regular basis. Springfield forgets. Burns survives through whatever supernatural or technological means he has at his disposal. And the show records this in the Treehouse of Horror episodes, the only space where it can show you the truth without being obligated to integrate it into the next week's continuity. The aliens are another thread worth pulling. Kang and Kodos. The two recurring alien characters who appear in nearly every Treehouse of Horror episode, who have been observing Springfield from their spacecraft for the entire run of the series, who have invaded Earth multiple times and been defeated every time through a combination of stupidity, luck, and Homer's accidental intervention. In the non-Halloween reading, they are a running gag. The aliens who always lose. The invasion that never sticks. But consider the Springfield Files episode in regular continuity, not a Treehouse of Horror episode. Homer sees what he believes is an alien in the woods near Springfield. The FBI investigates. The creature turns out to be Burns, post-treatment, glowing and wandering in a daze. The town's first instinct, upon seeing a glowing figure in the forest near a nuclear power plant, is alien life form. Not medical emergency, not radiation exposure, alien life form. Why is that the first instinct? One possibility is that the people of Springfield have seen actual aliens. Not in the Treehouse of Horror episodes they have collectively chosen to forget, but in interactions so normalized by repetition that when they see something glowing and strange in the woods, they pattern match it immediately to the category of extraterrestrial. The aliens are not a Treehouse of Horror invention. The aliens visit Springfield regularly, and Springfield has simply added them to the long list of things that get forgotten between episodes. Kang and Kodos are not invaders. They are regulars. They have been coming to this specific location for decades, and the town knows them, at some level underneath the conscious forgetting, the same way the town knows about Burns's glow and the three-eyed fish and the skeletons in the plant's basement. The Treehouse of Horror continuity theory does not argue that Springfield is a place where horror anthologies come true. It argues something quieter and in some ways more unsettling. It argues that the Treehouse of Horror episodes show you what Springfield's normal actually is, stripped of the comfortable framing that the regular episodes provide. In the regular episodes, Burns is an ancient corrupt billionaire kept alive by medical technology. In the Halloween episodes, he is a vampire. The difference between those two descriptions is smaller than it appears. In the regular episodes, Springfield experiences periodic resets where catastrophic events are forgotten. In the Halloween episodes, the dead walk and are then re-forgotten. Same mechanism, different content. The horror anthology format exists not to create a separate space from Springfield's reality, but to make that reality legible. To show you, in slightly heightened form, what is already there. The monsters are already in Springfield. The Treehouse of Horror episodes just give them costumes. And the detail that ties this together most cleanly is the one that appears across dozens of Halloween episodes without ever being addressed in regular continuity. Homer's death. Homer dies in Treehouse of Horror episodes at a rate that is statistically staggering. He is killed by aliens, by supernatural forces, by the consequences of his own terrible decisions, made in contexts where the rules of nature are suspended. He dies and comes back, and dies and comes back, and the show treats this as comedy. But if the coma theory is correct, if Homer has been unconscious since 1993 and every episode since then is a dream, then his deaths in the Treehouse of Horror episodes are not horror comedy. They are the dream processing its own deepest anxiety. A man in a coma, dreaming, might dream about dying, might dream about what death feels like from the inside, might experience the narrative of his own possible end over and over, in different forms, in different costumes, because the dreaming mind circles the thing it fears most, dresses it up in Halloween clothes, and then wakes itself up laughing at its own joke before the ending can arrive. Homer dies in the Halloween episodes because part of Homer knows he is dying, and the comedy is the only way to look at that directly without the dream collapsing. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are the most honest episodes of the series. They are what Springfield looks like when the collective denial takes a night off. And that is exactly why everyone wakes up on November 1st having forgotten them. Deeper dive. Section 3. Barney Gumble, the Hidden Genius. There is a version of The Simpsons in which the smartest person in Springfield is not Lisa, not Burns, not any of the professors or doctors or scientists the show occasionally trots out to deliver exposition. The smartest person in Springfield is the man sitting on the stool at the end of the bar, the one with the permanently glazed eyes and the belch that functions as a kind of punctuation. Barney Gumble. This sounds like a joke. It is not a joke. The evidence for Barney Gumble's buried intelligence is one of the most quietly devastating threads in the entire series, and it is built not from fan speculation, but from things the show tells you directly and then never follows up on. Start with what we know about Barney before the drinking. Barney Gumble and Homer Simpson were best friends in high school. This is established canon. They hung out together. They got into trouble together. They were the kind of friends who define each other's early adulthood in ways that stick. In flashback episodes, we see Barney before the alcohol, and the person we see is not the man on the bar stool. The young Barney is alert, physically healthy, socially present. He is not depicted as someone on his way to becoming a cautionary tale. He is just a kid. The show has established that Barney's descent into alcoholism was triggered by a specific moment. Homer, nervous before his college entrance exam, offered Barney a beer to calm down. It was Barney's first drink. And something in Barney's neurochemistry responded to that first beer in a way that was catastrophic and irreversible. He was not someone with a pre-existing drinking problem who found alcohol. He was someone whose brain encountered alcohol and was permanently rerouted by it. The addiction was essentially instantaneous. This is medically consistent with how severe alcohol use disorder actually develops in certain people. There is a neurological vulnerability in some individuals, where the dopamine response to alcohol is so dramatically amplified compared to baseline that the first exposure establishes a dependency loop that the person may never fully escape. Barney was, in this reading, someone with that specific neurological vulnerability, and Homer inadvertently activated it. So Barney's life before that moment is the question. What was he capable of before Homer handed him that first drink? The show answers this indirectly, and the answer is striking. In one of the most discussed moments in Simpsons history, Barney Gumble produces a short film, a documentary submitted to a film festival. The film is called Pocahontas, and the audience, including the characters watching it, is completely unprepared for what they see. The film is described as breathtaking, emotionally devastating, technically sophisticated. Characters who have shown very little capacity for deep feeling are moved to tears. The film wins the festival. It is the best film submitted by a significant margin. And then Barney drinks a glass of champagne in celebration and immediately returns to his baseline incoherence. That film is the most important piece of evidence in the case for Barney's hidden intelligence. Because documentary filmmaking is not a skill you acquire accidentally. It requires an understanding of narrative, of visual composition, of the relationship between image and emotion, of how to structure a story so that it lands with the impact you intend. It requires patience, sustained concentration, technical competence, and the kind of artistic sensitivity that most people spend years developing, and some people never develop at all. Barney made that film. While essentially drowning in alcoholism on some level of consciousness that the alcohol had not yet reached, he assembled something extraordinary. And then the champagne took it away. What the film suggests is that the alcohol has not destroyed Barney's intelligence. It has buried it. It has created a layer of fog so thick and so continuous that the intelligence cannot consistently surface. But it is there. It is still there, intact, pressing against the surface occasionally, breaking through in moments of sustained sobriety or creative fugue, and then being pushed back under when the drinking resumes. The show deepens this in a later episode when Barney does achieve sobriety. He stops drinking, goes through the process of recovery, and begins to function at a level that Springfield has never seen from him. He is articulate. He is physically present. He begins to rebuild himself with a focus and a competence that surprises everyone around him. And then he falls off the wagon after a single moment of weakness, and the fog comes back. That relapse is one of the saddest moments in the series, precisely because of what it reveals. Sobriety. Barney was not a different person from drunk Barney. He was the same person, just uncovered. All those years of watching him slumped on a stool, all those years of belching and stumbling were not the absence of a person. They were a person buried alive under the weight of a dependency that started with a single beer that Homer Simpson gave him when they were both teenagers. Homer gave Barney the drink that ended Barney's potential life, and Homer has never really reckoned with that. The show acknowledges it in the origin story flashback and then moves on the way the show moves on from everything uncomfortable. But the math is there. Without Homer's beer, Barney Gumble might have been the most capable person in Springfield. With it, he became the punchline at the end of the bar. Now connect this to the larger architecture of the theories. The radiation theory argues that Springfield's contaminated environment has suppressed the cognitive function of its residents, keeping them compliant and incapable of challenging the structures that damage them. Barney's alcoholism functions as a private version of the same mechanism. The town's water and air and the plant's runoff muffle the population collectively. Alcohol muffles Barney individually. Both are chemicals. Both suppress the kind of clear-eyed intelligence that would be genuinely dangerous to the people running Springfield. Both keep their subjects in a fog that looks from the outside like a character flaw, but is, from the inside, a prison. Burns needs people like Homer in Sector 7G because Homer will never challenge him. Burns needs a town of Barneys, too. People whose potential has been chemically neutered, who drift through their days in a pleasant haze, who do not organize or remember or demand accountability. The alcohol that destroyed Barney's life is not a personal tragedy in isolation. It is a microcosm of what Springfield does to all of its residents, just faster and more visibly. And the film Barney made, the devastating, brilliant film that nobody expected from the man on the stool, is the show's clearest statement on what Springfield has wasted. It is not just Barney's potential. It is the potential of everyone in a town that has been systematically dimmed, that has been kept just foggy enough to function without functioning too well, that has produced 36 years of Homer Simpsons, and very few people with the clarity to see why. Barney Gumble is the most heartbreaking character in The Simpsons. Not because he is pathetic, but because he is not. Because somewhere under the belching and the stumbling is a filmmaker, a mind that sees the world with unusual clarity and aches to express it. A person who was one teenage beer away from a completely different life. And Springfield will never know what that life would have looked like, because Springfield gave him the beer. Yeah. Deeper dive. Section 4, the Springfield Police Department cover-up. Chief Clancy Wiggum is not an incompetent police officer. He is an instrument of policy. This is not a subtle distinction, and the show has been making it for 36 years in ways that only become visible when you look at the pattern rather than the individual episodes. Taken one at a time, Wiggum's failures read as comedy. He mistakes criminals for innocent people. He eats instead of investigating. He arrests the wrong suspects, loses evidence, botches procedures in ways that would get a real officer fired inside a week. He is, in the surface reading, Springfield's buffoon in uniform, the punchline of every scene that involves law enforcement. But look at who never gets arrested. Burns. In 36 years of environmental violations, labor violations, actual crimes documented on screen with witnesses and evidence, Burns has never once faced meaningful legal consequences. He has been investigated, briefly, and those investigations have gone nowhere. He has been directly connected to crimes that should have resulted in prosecution, and the cases have dissolved. He has stood in front of Wiggum with evidence of his own wrongdoing essentially visible, and Wiggum has looked past it every single time. This is not incompetence. Incompetent officers make mistakes in all directions. They stumble onto evidence accidentally. They follow leads that turn out to be correct without understanding why. Random error produces random outcomes. But Wiggum's failures are not random. They are directional. He fails consistently in one specific direction, away from the people with money. The show established early that the Springfield Police Department is functionally corrupt in the most boring, most institutional sense of the word. Not dramatically corrupt, not movie corrupt with shadowy meetings and suitcases of cash. Just the steady, quiet, pervasive corruption of an institution that has learned who its real employers are and has adjusted its behavior accordingly. Burns funds Springfield's economy. Burns funds Springfield's tax base. Burns funds the salaries, indirectly, of everyone in town, including the police department. And the police department has internalized this funding structure so completely that it no longer requires active instruction. Wiggum does not need Burns to call him and tell him to look away. He already knows to look away. He has known his whole career. There is one episode that makes this unusually explicit. It is established that Wiggum, in his younger years, suffered from severe asthma. His asthma was cured, inadvertently and comically, when Mona Simpson's activist group broke into Burns's biological weapons facility and detonated what they called an antibiotic bomb, which dispersed through the ventilation system and cleared the respiratory conditions of everyone in the building. Wiggum was the security guard on duty. He was cured of asthma by an explosion set off by someone destroying Burns's weapons cache. He has known about that facility since the night it was raided. He knows it existed. He knows what was in it. He was there. And in 36 years, he has said nothing. Wiggum's silence about the biological weapons lab is the single most damning piece of evidence against the incompetence theory. An incompetent officer might forget about a lab he encountered as a young security guard decades ago. But the asthma cure is not something you forget. The night your lungs opened up for the first time in your adult life is not a night that fades. Wiggum remembers. And he has chosen, consistently, for his entire career, not to use what he remembers. This extends to the Burns shooting case. Chief Wiggum's investigation into who shot Burns is presented as comedy. He follows the wrong leads. He gets confused by the evidence. He nearly convicts Homer based on circumstantial evidence, and then accepts a resolution that requires him to believe a baby fired a gun. The official story is absurd enough that any minimally competent detective would push back on it. Wiggum does not push back. He accepts the resolution, closes the case, and moves on. Was the resolution convenient for someone? If the real shooter had access to Wiggum's cooperation, or at least his calculated incuriosity, then framing the investigation toward an outcome that cannot produce a conviction, a baby who legally cannot be prosecuted, would be the cleanest possible solution. Nobody goes to jail. Nobody faces consequences. The investigation generates enough theatrical activity to satisfy the public, and then it ends with a conclusion that the public finds charming. Baby did it. How delightful. Case closed. Wiggum's theatrical incompetence is the performance that makes this work. His visible bumbling creates the impression that the investigation was conducted in good faith and just happened to be unsuccessful. It inoculates the outcome against suspicion. Nobody looks twice at a conclusion reached by a clown. And Wiggum, whatever his actual intelligence level, understands this dynamic well enough to have maintained it for 36 years. Lou and Eddie, his officers, are slightly harder to read. They demonstrate more awareness than Wiggum in certain episodes. They occasionally express something that looks like actual professional judgment before Wiggum overrides it. They are not uniformly incurious, but they are embedded in the same institution, answering to the same chief, functioning inside the same unspoken framework that determines which crimes get solved and which ones dissolve. The Springfield Police Department is not broken. It is working exactly as designed. It produces visible activity, patrols, arrests, investigations, in the category of crimes that do not threaten the town's existing power structure. Jaywalking gets addressed. Bar fights get addressed. The kind of minor person-on-person crime that makes for good arrest statistics and reassuring photo opportunities gets addressed. And the larger structural systematic crimes, the contamination, the labor violations, the biological weapons lab, the shooting of a billionaire whose death might have disrupted the economy. Those get lost in the shuffle of an institution that has learned, through decades of institutional memory and paycheck-level pragmatism, where the lines are. The funniest thing about Chief Wiggum is that he is genuinely likable. He loves his son. He has moments of real human warmth. He is not a villain. He is something more ordinary and therefore more dispiriting than a villain. He is a man who figured out a long time ago how his town works, made his peace with it, and has been honoring that peace ever since by failing in exactly the right places. Springfield does not need a corrupt police force that actively suppresses investigation. It needs one that does not investigate in the first place. And Wiggum, whatever else he is, has delivered that requirement with 36 years of unbroken consistency. The safest town in Springfield for people who have done serious damage is the one with Clancy Wiggum watching over it. Not because he is looking away, because he already knows not to look. Deeper dive. Section 5, Sideshow Bob's True Purpose. Sideshow Bob has tried to kill Bart Simpson 11 times by some counts, more by others depending on how you categorize the attempts. He has been arrested, imprisoned, escaped, re-imprisoned, released on parole, violated that parole, been rearrested, and cycled through the judicial system of Springfield with a regularity that suggests the system has simply incorporated him as a recurring process. He is the show's most consistent antagonist, its most theatrical villain, its most decorated recurring character in terms of Emmy wins for the actor who voices him. And he has never succeeded. This failure, stretched across 3 decades and more than a dozen episodes, is usually explained as the demands of serialized comedy. You cannot kill the child of the show's main family. The attempt must fail. The villain must be caught. The reset must occur. This is correct as a production explanation, but it does not explain why the show keeps returning to the same premise without varying the outcome. A show that has run for 36 seasons and produced nearly 800 episodes is not constrained to repeat the same storyline a dozen times unless it is doing something with the repetition. The theory about Sideshow Bob is that the repetition is the point. That Bob's failure to kill Bart is not incidental to his story, but structural to his psychology. That Sideshow Bob does not actually want to kill Bart Simpson. He wants the pursuit. Think about what Bob's life looks like without Bart. He is a brilliant, Yale-educated man of vast cultural refinement, with advanced degrees in what appears to be everything, with musical talent, with intellectual gifts that make him genuinely extraordinary by any measurable standard, living in a town that cannot appreciate any of it. Springfield is not a place that rewards sophistication. Springfield punishes sophistication. Lisa is the closest thing the show has to a genuinely cultured resident, and the show documents her isolation and frustration in nearly every episode she appears in. Bob's gifts are orders of magnitude beyond Lisa's, and Springfield's capacity for cruelty toward the refined is well established. Before Bart, Bob had a purpose. He worked for Krusty the Clown, a man he despised, but whose show provided a platform. When Bob framed Krusty for armed robbery and took over the show, his purpose was clear. He was building something. He had a vision. He was going to transform Krusty's trashy, lowest common denominator program into something worthy of his abilities. And then Bart Simpson, age 10, using the kind of instinctive, chaotic, impossible to anticipate child logic that defines Bart's particular genius, dismantled the entire scheme and sent Bob to prison. That is the origin. Bob's first encounter with Bart ends with Bob publicly humiliated, exposed, and imprisoned by a child. Not by the police, not by the adults who should have been paying attention, by a 10-year-old boy who noticed that something was wrong with the picture. And Bob has been chasing Bart ever since. The psychoanalytic reading of this is not subtle. Bob is a man of immense capability who has been consistently defeated by someone he should, by every rational measure, be able to outmaneuver without difficulty. Bart is impulsive, academically mediocre, operating on instinct rather than strategy, entirely without the formal education and planning capacity that Bob brings to every encounter. On paper, Bart should lose every time. In practice, Bart wins every time. And this maddening, humiliating, endlessly repeating reversal has become the organizing principle of Bob's existence. Bob needs Bart. He needs the pursuit. Without Bart, Bob has nowhere to direct the considerable force of his personality. Springfield will not appreciate him. The prison system simply warehouses him. The outside world, whatever fragments of it he has accessed between incarcerations, is not calibrated to contain someone of his particular combination of gifts and pathologies. Bart is the only adversary Bob has ever had who generates a genuinely interesting problem. Because Bart is unpredictable in exactly the ways that Bob's considerable intelligence cannot model. This is the theory. The game is more important to Bob than the outcome. He constructs elaborate, theatrical, almost operatically over-engineered plans to kill a child. Plans that involve costumes and monologues, and musical numbers and set pieces of Byzantine complexity. Plans that are almost deliberately designed to give Bart room to find the flaw. The monologues. The monologues are the tell. Bob explains his plans. He delivers soliloquies. He recites Gilbert and Sullivan at length when he has already won and only needs to follow through. He does everything except the simple, direct, untheatrical thing that would actually work. Because the simple thing ends the game. And ending the game means returning to the world without Bart Simpson as an organizing principle, which means returning to a man of extraordinary gifts and nowhere to put them in a town that cannot see him. In a universe that has never adequately explained what someone like Sideshow Bob is supposed to do with himself. The show confirms this reading in one of the most remarkable moments of self-awareness it has ever produced. In an episode that grants Bob his wish and actually allows him to kill Bart, he does it. And then he stands there in the aftermath of the accomplished goal, and the episode depicts the hollow and immediate deflation that follows the completion of an obsession. He won. The game is over, and the winning feels like nothing, because the game was the point. The show resets it, of course. The game continues. Bob is back in the next appearance as focused and theatrical and elaborately plotting as ever. Because that is who Bob is. Not a murderer, not a villain in the traditional sense. A man who found the one thing that makes his life feel proportionate to his capabilities, and who would destroy it before giving it up. There is a darker dimension to this that the show does not make explicit, but that the evidence suggests. Sideshow Bob's repeated incarcerations and releases are not a failure of the Springfield justice system. They are the system functioning as designed for someone with Bob's resources. He has legal representation. He makes genuinely compelling parole board arguments. His parole hearing monologues are some of the funniest and most intellectually impressive performances in the series. He is rehabilitated in the formal sense every time he gets out, because rehabilitation, in the institutional context, means saying the right things convincingly, and Bob is better at saying things convincingly than anyone in Springfield. The revolving door is not evidence that nobody takes Bob seriously. It is evidence that the legal system responds to presentation, and Bob is the most skilled presenter in any room he enters. He will always get out, he will always come back. The cycle will continue until Bart is not available to pursue, or until Bob decides that the pursuit has served its purpose and chooses something else. Neither of those things will happen while the show is running, because the show needs the game as much as Bob does. Deeper dive. Section 6. The Flanders Family Darkness. Ned Flanders is the best person in Springfield. This is not a contested claim. By every standard the show applies, Ned outperforms every other resident in the categories that are supposed to matter. He is kind. He is patient. He is generous to a degree that strains credibility. He has raised two well-adjusted boys largely on his own after losing their mother. He maintains his house, supports his community, attends services faithfully, volunteers, donates, forgives the person who is most responsible for the worst things that have happened to him. And the show punishes him for it with an almost methodical consistency. The punishment is not random. It is patterned. Ned's goodness is the specific quality that the show's universe targets. He does not suffer because he is weak or foolish or careless. He suffers because he is good, and being good in Springfield does not protect you from anything. It may in fact make you a more reliable target, because good people endure suffering without violent retaliation, which means the suffering can continue without consequence. Homer kills Ned's wife. This is the core fact around which everything else in Ned's story arranges itself. Maude Flanders dies at a Springfield Speedway event because Homer, dodging promotional t-shirts being fired into the crowd, steps aside and the shirts hit Maude instead, knocking her off the bleachers. It is presented as an accident. It is a comedy beat in the moment, and then it becomes the most significant loss any supporting character has ever experienced in the series. And Homer's response is negligible. He is briefly uncomfortable. He does not really reckon with it. He does not change. He does not carry it in any visible way through subsequent episodes. The man responsible for the death of his neighbor's wife processes the event about as thoroughly as he processes any other inconvenience, which is to say, he does not process it at all. And by the next week, everything is back to normal. Ned forgives him. Ned forgives because Ned cannot not forgive. That is the piece the show revealed in the episode where Ned's house is destroyed by a hurricane. The episode called Hurricane Nettie, which may be the single most psychologically revealing episode in the series, that Ned's forgiveness and patience and kindness are not character traits in the normal sense. They are the residue of a behavioral modification program conducted on him as a child. His beatnik parents, who believed in absolute permissiveness and no discipline, took him to a psychiatrist after his behavior became unmanageable. The psychiatrist spent years conditioning the aggression out of Ned through an intensive program that essentially rewired his emotional responses. Ned cannot express anger. The pathway was closed. Decades of therapeutic conditioning built a wall between Ned's felt experience of rage and his behavioral expression of it, and that wall has held through loss after loss after loss. His wife's death did not break it. His house being destroyed did not break it. Only the accumulated weight of all of it together, in the context of watching the people he thought of as his community do such inadequate work rebuilding the thing Homer had destroyed, finally caused the structure to fail. And when it failed, what came out was not violence. It was despair. Decades of suppressed accurate assessment of how poorly the universe had treated him, compressed and stored and finally released in a torrent of articulate pain that terrified everyone who witnessed it because it was simply true. Everything Ned said in that breakdown was true. Homer had failed him repeatedly. The town had failed him repeatedly. The careful, devoted, faithful life he had built had been dismantled piece by people who were never held accountable for any of it. The institutionalization that follows the breakdown is another layer of the same story. Ned's mental health crisis is managed by sending him away, which is Springfield's solution to truth that breaks containment. The real Seymour Skinner gets tied to a train. Inconvenient truths get exiled. Ned's pain, his accurate assessment of how the world has treated him, gets managed through hospitalization until the level of honest expression drops back to the level the community can accommodate. And then he comes home and resumes being Ned Flanders, patient, kind, generous, the best person in Springfield. There is a theological dimension to Ned's story that the show has been building quietly, and that is genuinely disturbing when you articulate it directly. God talks to Homer, not metaphorically, not as a hallucination or a dream sequence. In the show's canonical universe, God is a character who has appeared on screen and spoken to Homer Simpson in direct conversation. Homer had a face-to-face theological encounter with the divine and spent most of it complaining about football. Homer's relationship with God is casual, contentious, and inexplicably functional. He gets divine attention. Ned prays every day. He has dedicated his entire adult life to his faith with a discipline and devotion that borders on professional. He goes to church. He studies scripture. He tries to live according to his beliefs in every area of his existence. He takes his faith seriously in a way that Homer has never taken anything seriously. God has never spoken to Ned. The show does not address this directly. It does not explain the asymmetry. But the asymmetry is there, structural, undeniable, built into the premise of the show's universe. The man who attends every service and tries to do everything right gets silence. The man who falls asleep in the pew and barely remembers the sermons gets actual conversation. This is not accidental. The Simpsons has always been interested in the gap between what we are told virtue produces and what virtue actually produces. Ned's story is the extended case study in that gap. He was told implicitly by every institution that shaped him, family, church, community, the social contract itself, that goodness is rewarded, that patience produces returns, that faith is answered, that if you do the right thing long enough and consistently enough, the universe orients itself toward you. His story is 36 seasons of evidence that none of that is true. Not in Springfield, not in the show's universe, not in any way that can be measured or relied upon. Burns is rewarded. Homer stumbles into good outcomes. Wiggum keeps his job. And Ned Flanders, who earned everything he was ever supposed to earn, has a dead wife and a God who is not returning his calls. The darkest theory about Ned is that he knows all of this. That behind the cheerful greeting and the squeaky doodly affectations is a man who has been staring at the void for decades and has chosen, because he has no other choice, because his conditioning prevents him from expressing the alternative, to keep smiling. Not because he believes it will be rewarded, because he has nothing else. That is Ned Flanders, the most devout man in Springfield and the one with the most reason to have lost his faith entirely. Still there on Sunday morning, still waving to Homer across the fence, still the best person in a town that will never deserve him. Deeper Dive. Section 7. Krusty. The Clown's Secret Identity Crisis. Krusty the Clown's real name is Herschel Schmoikel Pinchas Yericum Kristofsky. He is the son of Rabbi Hyman Kristofsky, a respected and deeply religious man who serves Springfield's Jewish community with humility and purpose. The rabbi's son became a children's entertainer, famous for crude humor, gambling, chain smoking, and a lifestyle of spectacular self-destruction visible to everyone who has ever watched his program, which is every child in Springfield. The show frames the Krusty and Rabbi storyline as a reconciliation narrative. Father disowned son for choosing clowning over a religious life. Son spent decades estranged, performing a version of himself that kept the most shameful parts of his existence in the public eye while burying everything that connected him to his father. Eventually, with Bart's help, they reconcile. The rabbi comes to accept his son's chosen path. Krusty is reunited with his father. The wound closes. It is a sweet story. And it is almost certainly not the whole story. The theory about Krusty is that the clown identity is not a career. It is a punishment. And the man performing it has known this for a very long time. Think about what Krusty's professional life actually looks like. He is the host of a children's program. His audience is, by definition, people who cannot yet critically evaluate what they are watching. They laugh because things fall down and make noise. They are loyal because they do not have the developmental capacity to be discerning. Krusty's success with children is not an artistic achievement. It is an exploitation of a captive audience's cognitive limitations. And Krusty knows this, which is why his off-screen personality contains the consistent note of contempt for the very audience that sustains him. He does not like children. He is not good with them in any spontaneous, unscripted context. The warmth is performed. The engagement is a professional obligation. And the gap between the performed warmth of Krusty the character and the cold, exhausted, self-loathing man beneath it is one of the show's most consistent and quietly heartbreaking details. The show has revealed that Krusty was, at one point, genuinely talented. He wanted to be a serious performer. He had comedic ambitions that extended beyond pratfalls and product endorsements. He dreamed of something real. And when that dream failed, when the real world decided his talent was most marketable in the format that required the least of him, he took the children's show and he has been paying for that decision ever since. His relationship with money is the most obvious symptom. Krusty earns enormous amounts from his franchise and loses it immediately and continuously through gambling debts, bad investments, unpaid taxes, and a lifestyle so expensive it functions as a form of self-punishment. He is not bad with money in the careless way of someone who simply never learned to manage it. He is bad with money in the purposeful way of someone who does not believe he deserves to keep it. Every dollar earned through the clown identity is a dollar he needs to get rid of, because keeping it would mean accepting that the clown life is real, that it has value, that the choice to become Krusty rather than whoever he was supposed to be has been justified. The gambling and the debt and the financial chaos are not character flaws. They are a long and elaborate act of self-sabotage from a man who cannot forgive himself for becoming what he is. His father's rejection sealed this. Rabbi Krustovsky's disownment of his son sent a message that Krusty has been receiving clearly for decades. What you do is not worthy. The costume is not worthy. The laughing children are not worthy. You chose poorly, and you have been choosing poorly since, and the proof is visible every time you put on that makeup. Krusty's response was to make the clown as unworthy as possible, to lean into every vulgar, irresponsible, ethically questionable aspect of the brand until the gap between what his father wanted for him and what he actually became was so enormous that it stopped being painful and started being almost funny. He turned his own failure into a performance of failure. He made the clown despicable enough that you could not mistake it for something his father could have loved, which means you also cannot blame the father for not loving it. This is a very intelligent self-protection mechanism from a man who is generally underestimated. And then Bart intervenes. Bart, who identifies with Krusty so deeply that the show has occasionally suggested Krusty is the father figure Bart actually wants, engineers the reconciliation. The rabbi and the clown sit down together. Words are exchanged. Decades of silence end, and for a while it seems like the wound might actually close. But Krusty's fundamental situation has not changed. He is still doing the same show. He still does not respect it. He is still burning through money at the same rate. The father's acceptance did not rewrite 30 years of self-conception. What it did was remove the external source of the story he was telling himself about why he was unworthy. And without that external source, Krusty has had to find a new relationship with the question of what he actually is. The show does not follow this through rigorously. Krusty is too useful as a comedy figure to be allowed a full dramatic arc. But the threads are there, in the way they are always there in The Simpsons, visible to the viewer who is looking and invisible to the characters who are too close to see them. Krusty the Clown is a man performing his own worst fear about himself every day for an audience of children who have no idea what they are watching. The makeup hides a face that gave up on something real a long time ago. The laughter is real. The children's laughter, genuine and uncomplicated. And it is the most painful sound Krusty hears, because it confirms that the compromise was successful, that the show is working, that he is exactly as stuck as he has always been. He is the most famous person in Springfield, who is also the most invisible. Everyone knows Krusty. Nobody knows Herschel. And Herschel, if he still exists under the paint and the red nose and the three-fingered gloves, has been waiting a very long time to matter. Deeper Dive. Section 8. The Patty and Selma Conspiracy. Patty and Selma Bouvier are Marge's sisters. They appear at irregular intervals throughout the series. They work at the Department of Motor Vehicles. They smoke incessantly. They maintain a decades-long mutual contempt with Homer that the show has never resolved or meaningfully evolved. And they serve as the show's recurring reminder that Marge could have had a different life and that at least two members of her family believe she chose wrongly. But there is a thread running through Patty and Selma's appearances that becomes quite strange when you examine it closely. These women have seen more of Springfield's hidden reality than almost anyone else in the show, and they have never talked about it. Start with what they know professionally. The Department of Motor Vehicles is not a glamorous institution, but it is a functionally powerful one. Everyone in Springfield passes through it. Licenses, registrations, renewals. The DMV touches every driver in the town, and in a town like Springfield, where cars are the primary mode of transport, that means the DM5 has documentary and personal contact with an enormous percentage of the population. Patty and Selma have been behind that counter for 36 years. They know who has valid documentation and who does not. They know whose license has lapsed, whose registration reveals a vehicle that should not exist, whose identity documents do not quite add up. Springfield has a significant population of people whose identities are, at minimum, complicated. We know that Principal Skinner, or rather Armin Tamzarian, operated under a stolen identity for 20 years. We know that various criminals, henchmen, and people operating on the margins of Springfield's economy have reasons to maintain ambiguous documentation. The DM5 is the institution that certifies or fails to certify all of this, and the women running it have been doing so with a consistent, almost theatrical indifference that itself begins to look deliberate. Did Patty and Selma know Skinner was not Skinner before the revelation? The DM5 would have access to state records. A man running a public school under a false identity, collecting a government salary under a false name, would eventually produce documentation that interacted with the DMV's systems. Whether Patty and Selma ever noticed the inconsistency is something the show does not address. But the possibility that they did, that they filed it in the long mental archive they have been assembling over decades of watching Springfield's residents cycle through their counter, is not small. Then there is what they know personally. Marge has told them things. Marge is the keeper of the Simpson family's secrets, the person who absorbs the consequences of Homer's disasters before they reach the outside world. And Marge, under sufficient stress, talks to her sisters. Not everything, but enough. Patty and Selma have been receiving fragments of the Simpson family's interior reality for decades. They know about Homer's failures at the plant in more detail than most Springfield residents. They know about the financial crises, the near misses, the episodes that the family collectively decided not to discuss with anyone outside the household. They have chosen, consistently, not to use any of this. Not for leverage, not for gossip in any consequential sense, not in any way that would actually destabilize the Simpson household, even though they would, by most measures, benefit from Homer's removal from their sister's life. They dislike Homer. They have always disliked Homer. They have never hidden this. but they have also never acted on it in any meaningful way. The conspiracy theory about Patty and Selma is not that they are secretly evil or secretly competent in the ways that other Springfield characters are secretly competent. It is something quieter. It is that these two women, who appear to be the show's comedy relief, the sour sisters, the Marge who might have been, the nicotine-stained commentary on domestic contentment, have actually been watching Springfield accumulate its secrets for 3.5 decades, and they have an archive. Selma's marriages deserve particular attention in this context. Selma has been married multiple times to a series of husbands whose situations are, in several cases, genuinely bizarre. She married Sideshow Bob. She married a man she met through a prison pen pal program. She briefly married Troy McClure. She has romantic entanglements with men who are, consistently, complicated in ways that put her in proximity to Springfield's various underworlds. This could be terrible luck in romantic partners, or it could be the accumulated result of being a woman who works at the DMV and therefore has more contact with Springfield's less stable population than most residents. Or it could be something else, a pattern of seeking connection in places where ordinary screening does not apply, where the men she meets are interesting in ways that the surface of Springfield does not offer. Each marriage puts Selma in a different corner of Springfield's extended reality, and each marriage ends without her being significantly damaged by it, which is its own kind of remarkable. Bob went to prison. Troy McClure eventually disappeared from the show. The others dissolved. But Selma keeps going. She lights another cigarette. She goes back to the DMV counter. She processes the next application with the same magnificent indifference to urgency that has always characterized her approach to the world. Patty is the quieter of the two, and in some ways the more interesting. Her coming out episode, in which she reveals she is gay and has been living quietly under the surface of her presented self for decades, is one of the show's more honest character moments. It adds a layer to everything that precedes it. The decades of surface-level sour commentary, the performed contentment of the women who missed their chance narrative, all of it is recontextualized by the information that Patty was managing something private for a very long time. Managing a private self in Springfield, as we have established, requires skill. The town does not do well with people whose reality diverges from the accepted version. Patty navigated this for years without the town noticing, without it becoming a problem, while maintaining her job and her relationships and her position as Marge's sister. The sour affect was not just personality, it was camouflage. The perfect camouflage, actually. Nothing in Springfield attracts less scrutiny than two middle-aged women being unpleasant at a government counter. What Patty and Selma have seen, what they have archived, what they have chosen not to say, this is one of the genuinely unresolved threads of the series. They are witnesses to decades of Springfield's hidden life, and their silence, unlike the silence of others in the town, has never been explained or examined. It simply persists behind the cigarette smoke, behind the flat-eyed stares, behind the perfectly performed indifference to a world that has given them every reason to pay close attention. Deeper dive. Section 9. Springfield's underground economy. Springfield has an official economy. It is organized around the nuclear power plant, which is the town's largest employer and the foundation of its tax base. It has retail, service industry, food, small business, the usual texture of a mid-sized American town. Moe's Tavern, the Quick E-Mart, Springfield Elementary, the hospitals, the municipal government. All of this is visible, documented in various ways across the show's run, and functions as the texture of the place. And then there is the other economy. The underground economy of Springfield is not secret in the traditional sense. It is not hidden. It operates in full view of the population, the police, and the town's institutional structures. But it operates below the level at which anyone is expected to formally notice it, in the space between what Springfield officially is and what Springfield actually does. Fat Tony is the most visible entry point into this economy. He is Springfield's mob boss, a man who has been operating organized crime in the town for the entire run of the series, who has been arrested and released and arrested again with the same cycling regularity as Sideshow Bob, who has provided the show with dozens of episodes of comic material, while also, in the background, maintaining what is clearly a substantial and functional criminal enterprise. The interesting question about Fat Tony is not what he does. The interesting question is what he does not. Springfield's organized crime, as depicted across decades of episodes, is notably non-violent in its relationship to the town's legitimate residents. The mob runs its operations: gambling, waste management, food service front companies, the usual franchise, but it does not target civilians in any sustained way. It does not prey on the Simpsons. It does not extort the small businesses that give Springfield its texture. It operates like a parallel institution, adjacent to the official economy, but not actively hostile to it. This is not the natural state of organized crime. It is the state of organized crime that has negotiated its operating parameters with the existing power structure. Fat Tony's enterprise is not competing with Burns. It is not threatening Wiggum in any way that Wiggum cannot manage through selective non-enforcement. It has found its lane and stays in it. The arrangement works for everyone who benefits from Springfield's peculiar form of stability, which includes Burns, who needs the town to remain functional enough to keep buying electricity, and Wiggum, who needs his arrest statistics to reflect enough activity to justify his department's budget while not creating the kind of genuine disruption that might bring outside scrutiny. The waste management angle is where the underground economy becomes most clearly connected to the town's larger environmental story. Fat Tony's waste management operation is the show's longest-running joke about organized crime, and it is also the most obviously relevant to the contamination theory. If the nuclear plant is leaking material that cannot be disposed of through legal channels, someone needs to handle that material. Someone who will not file paperwork, will not report to regulatory agencies, will not create a trail that leads back to the source of the waste. Fat Tony's waste management business is perfectly positioned for exactly this kind of disposal contract, and the show has occasionally gestured toward this connection without fully closing the loop. The informal cash economy is another layer. Springfield has a significant portion of its economic activity happening off the books. Side jobs, informal labor arrangements, cash-only transactions that are depicted casually and frequently across hundreds of episodes. Homer has worked approximately 300 different jobs over the course of the series. Most of these jobs exist in the legitimate economy, but some of them shade into arrangements that are informal enough to operate outside normal financial visibility. The town produces and consumes a lot of value that does not pass through official channels. This matters for the contamination theory because it means the full economic picture of Springfield is not visible in its official records. The people who benefit most from the town's current conditions, Burns most prominently, but also the various intermediary structures that process the informal economy, are not fully legible to outside analysis. You cannot assess the true extent of Springfield's economic distortion from its public-facing records because the most significant parts of that distortion happen in the register the public records do not capture. And then there is the Quickie Mart. Apu Nahasapima Petalon has run the Quickie Mart for the entire run of the series. He has a Ph.D. in computer science from the Calcutta Institute of Technology. He has managed a convenience store with a quality of dedication and personal investment that vastly exceeds what the job formally requires. He knows his customers. He knows their patterns. He knows things about the people who come through his doors that they have not told anyone else. Because the convenience store is the institution in Springfield where people are most unguarded, most themselves, most likely to reveal things while reaching for a soda at 2 in the morning. Apu is, by the standards of what he should be doing with his training and his abilities, catastrophically underemployed. The show acknowledges this with varying levels of depth depending on the episode. He is in Springfield because his education debt to the Quick E-Mart Corporation brought him here, and he stayed because of family and community, and because leaving felt like abandoning something he had built, even if what he had built was not quite what he had planned. But his position at the Quick E-Mart also means that Apu has functioned, for decades, as an informal intelligence node in Springfield's social network. People tell him things. He observes things. He is present at odd hours when other people are not. The informal economy passes through his register, in cash, in the early morning, in the after-midnight purchases that tell you something about the shape of a person's life. What Apu knows about Springfield, what the Quick E-Mart's decades of operation have deposited into one man's very functional memory, is another unresolved thread in the series. Like Patty and Selma, like Wiggum, like everyone who sits at a node in Springfield's information network, Apu has been accumulating knowledge that the show has never cached. The archive is there. Nobody has opened it. Springfield's underground economy is not just an economic story, it is a memory story. It is the record of everything that has happened in this town that the official record does not contain. And the people who operate in that space, who handle the waste and run the games and process the cash and man the counter at 3 in the morning, are the custodians of the town's actual history. Not the history that gets printed, the history that happened. Deeper dive. Section 10. The Children of Springfield. What happened to the next generation? Springfield has a lot of children. It has an elementary school that is apparently perpetually overcrowded. It has a daycare system. It has a population of young people who appear in the background of scenes who are named and recurring enough to suggest they are being tracked as characters even when they do not drive the plot. And what the show does with these children, when you look at them carefully, is disturbing in a way that the radiation theory makes coherent. Start with the child population of Springfield Elementary as a sample. Bart's class contains a relatively stable group of recurring kids. Milhouse Van Houten, Nelson Muntz, Martin Prince, Ralph Wiggum. Each of them is defined by a specific, exaggerated characteristic that, in the context of the radiation theory, begins to look less like cartoon shorthand and more like symptom presentation. Milhouse is anxious, physically fragile, socially unsuccessful, and dependent on Bart in ways that read clinically as attachment disorder. He is a child who cannot function independently in any social context, who requires a primary anchor to orient himself, whose anxiety is so pervasive that it affects every decision he makes. In a normal developmental context, this level of anxiety in a child would trigger intervention. In Springfield, it is just how Milhouse is. Nelson comes from a home that the show has depicted in ways that range from neglectful to actively chaotic. His mother abandons him periodically. His father is absent. He has been, for all practical purposes, raising himself, which in a child of his age and in his circumstances produces the specific combination of aggression and emotional inaccessibility that the show depicts. Nelson is not a bully because he is bad. He is protecting himself using the only tools available to someone who learned very early that nobody reliable is coming. Martin Prince is the child who, in any functional environment, would be a success story. He is genuinely intelligent, academically accomplished, interested in learning, and he is the most consistently targeted child in his class, the one whose gifts have made him the default recipient of every form of social punishment the other children can administer. Springfield Elementary does not protect Martin. It produces the conditions that target him and then fails to intervene when the targeting occurs. What this does to a child of Martin's profile, the repeated demonstration that intelligence is punished, that being visibly capable makes you a target rather than a resource, is something the show depicts but never names. Ralph Wiggum is the most interesting case and the most challenging to discuss. Ralph is presented as an innocent. He says strange things. He has a quality of disconnection from the normal social and cognitive expectations of his age that reads as charming in the show's comedic register. He is the chief's son, which means he has a degree of social protection that other children lack. He is never targeted in the same way Martin is, perhaps because his father carries a badge, perhaps because his disconnection is of a type that does not register as threatening, perhaps because Springfield's children have their own instinctive protocols for who is worth targeting. But Ralph's cognitive presentation, when you describe it outside the comedy frame, is concerning. He consistently misunderstands language at a literal level. He has difficulty tracking social context. He makes connections that do not follow from the inputs he has received. He is not stupid in the way Homer is described as stupid. He is something different, a child whose relationship with consensus reality appears genuinely atypical in ways that affect his ability to participate in it normally. In the radiation theory, Ralph represents what a generation of Springfield-born children looks like at the far end of the neurological spectrum. Where Homer's exposure produced suppressed cognition and Maggie's produced amplified cognition, Ralph's suggests something that scrambled the architecture in a different way. Not down, not up, but sideways, in a direction that produces a kind of profound innocence that is also a kind of profound inaccessibility. Chief Wiggum has never sought help for Ralph's presentation. Springfield's medical establishment, as the radiation theory argues, is compromised. either through direct influence from burns or through the cumulative effect of being themselves part of the contaminated population. A medical system staffed by the same people drinking the same water and breathing the same air is not well positioned to identify the pathologies produced by that water and air. They are measuring with a broken ruler against a broken standard. Lisa's position in the child population of Springfield is its own complicated story. She is the outlier, the anomaly, the one Springfield child whose cognition appears to have been amplified rather than suppressed or scrambled. But the show's documentation of what that amplification costs her is thorough. Intelligence in Springfield does not produce advantage. It produces isolation. Every time Lisa identifies a problem accurately and proposes a solution coherently, the show demonstrates what happens to that kind of clarity in an environment that is not calibrated to receive it. She is 8 years old and she has already learned that being right is not the same as being heard. That having evidence is not the same as being believed. That the gap between what she sees and what the people around her are willing to acknowledge is too wide to bridge, and that every attempt to bridge it costs her something she does not get back. Lisa's intelligence is a mutation, in the literal sense the radiation theory describes. And like Maggie's intelligence, it is a gift that the environment actively works to suppress, not through physical contamination this time, but through the social mechanisms of a community that has adapted to a lower cognitive baseline and experiences deviation from that baseline as a threat. What all of the Springfield children share across the range of presentations is the experience of growing up in a town that is not organized around their flourishing. The school is underfunded. The adults are variously compromised, absent, or too damaged themselves to provide adequate models. The environment is poisoned. The social structures are built on the same collective denial that keeps the adults from seeing clearly. They are the second generation of Springfield's contamination story, and the show has given each of them enough specificity to make that story visible, one classroom seat at a time, for anyone willing to look at them as something other than background characters. Deeper dive. Section 11, the Springfield E. Elementary Hidden Curriculum. Springfield Elementary School is a public school. It is perpetually underfunded, inconsistently staffed, managed by a principal who is not who he says he is, and attended by children who are, by most of the evidence the show provides, not being substantially educated. The graduation rate is unclear. The academic outcomes are unclear. What is clear is that the school has been operating for the entire run of the series and producing a student body that, with a few notable exceptions, does not seem to be accumulating the kind of knowledge or analytical capacity that the school's stated mission would suggest. This is usually read as satire of public education. Springfield Elementary is a stand-in for every underfunded, bureaucratically burdened school in America. A joke about the gap between what education is supposed to do and what it actually does when resources are inadequate, and the political will to fix the problem is absent. That reading is correct, and it is incomplete. Because Springfield Elementary has a second curriculum. It is not written in any document that the show has ever depicted. It is not delivered through any formal instruction. It is transmitted through the structures of the institution itself, through what gets rewarded and punished, through who gets protected and who gets left exposed, through the 1,000 daily lessons that a child absorbs from their environment without being explicitly taught. The hidden curriculum of Springfield Elementary teaches the following things. It teaches that authority is arbitrary. Principal Skinner, whatever we call him, is a man who has held power in the school for 20 years based on an identity he adopted rather than earned. His authority over the students and staff does not come from competence or mandate. It comes from the town's collective decision not to examine his credentials. This is the first lesson of Springfield Elementary. The people in charge are in charge because the people in charge decided they were in charge, and the process by which they came to be in charge does not bear examination. It teaches that talent is punished and mediocrity is tolerated. Bart is creative, socially intelligent, strategically capable in ways that formal education does not measure or reward. He is consistently graded, evaluated, and treated as a failure because his intelligence does not map onto the metrics the school is using. Meanwhile, students who are genuinely struggling in ways that indicate deeper problems are passed through the system without meaningful intervention Because the system is not designed for intervention. It is designed for throughput. It teaches that advocacy produces consequences. Lisa advocates. She raises concerns. She reports problems. She identifies when something is wrong with the systems around her and attempts to engage those systems to address the wrong. The show documents, with almost statistical regularity, that her advocacy produces one of two outcomes. She is dismissed or she is punished. The lesson of Springfield Elementary for the smart child who cares is that caring about things produces negative returns. The adaptive response is silence. Maggie, who has absorbed this lesson, is not in Springfield Elementary. She is in daycare, but she is learning the same thing from the same environment. It teaches that the physical environment is normal. The school building is in visible disrepair in multiple episodes. The equipment is outdated. The textbooks are out of date. There are structural issues that in a different district would trigger immediate remediation. Springfield Elementary students have been sitting in a degraded physical environment for 36 years. And they have learned, as children learn from every sustained environmental signal, that this is what buildings look like, that this is the level of physical investment their education is worth, that the message written in every peeling paint chip and broken water fountain is accurate. You are not important enough to receive better than this. The funding situation ties directly to Burns. The oil well discovered beneath Springfield Elementary's grounds was the inciting event of the Who Shot Mr. Burns storyline. Burns extracted the oil, which gutted the school's budget, which triggered the chain of grievances that ended with a shooting. Burns took the school's money, and the school, which had no legal mechanism to resist a billionaire with a drill and a lawyer, absorbed the loss and kept operating. What does it teach a community of children when the richest man in town drills under their school and takes the oil and nobody is able to stop him? It teaches them the same thing every other interaction with Springfield's power structure teaches them. The rules apply to you. They do not apply to him. This is not a secret. It is not hidden. It is demonstrated repeatedly and openly, and the lesson accumulates in every child who watches the adults around them fail to produce any different outcome. Edna Krabappel taught Bart's class for many years. She is one of the show's most complex supporting characters, a woman who started her career with presumably more enthusiasm than the system eventually allowed her to sustain, who developed the particular brand of resigned dark humor that is the signature of the long-term educator in an underfunded institution, who saw students year after year and gave what she had while the system continued not to give what it owed. Her relationship with Bart is the show's most honest portrait of what education can look like when the system fails both the teacher and the student at the same time. Accidental, combative, occasionally genuine, never quite what either of them needed. She did not leave because she stopped caring. The show makes this clear. She stayed because leaving would mean admitting that staying had cost her something she was not willing to name. The hidden curriculum of Springfield Elementary is, in the end, a curriculum in acceptance. Not the acceptance that comes from contentment, but the acceptance that comes from sustained demonstration that the alternative is not available. Children who go through that system for 12 years do not leave it believing they can change Springfield. They leave it knowing, at some cellular level that they cannot fully articulate, that Springfield changes you. And Burns, who reads the town's cognitive output. The way an investor reads a balance sheet has known this for as long as the school has been underfunded, which is as long as it has existed. Deeper dive. Section 12. The final loop. Every mystery points to one thing. We have spent a long time in Springfield tonight. We have walked through the yellow skin and the nuclear plant and the three-eyed fish and the silence that surrounds all of it. We have sat with Barney at the end of the bar and imagined the filmmaker inside him. We have watched Wiggum not investigate. We have followed Sideshow Bob through 11 attempts that were never really about killing anyone. We have stood at Ned Flanders' fence and tried to understand the mathematics of suffering that his life keeps producing. We have looked at the children in Springfield Elementary and understood what the building is actually teaching them. We have watched Krusty put on the makeup one more time. We have traced Patty and Selma's archive of things they have seen and chosen not to say. We have walked through Springfield's underground economy and understood who benefits from the fog. And all of it, every thread, every theory, every buried detail and unresolved storyline, leads to the same place. The same cracked cooling tower, the same invisible leak, the same damaged brains trying to think clearly in a town that has made clear thinking structurally difficult for 3.5 decades. Let us talk about what all of this means together as a single system. Springfield is not a town that has problems. Springfield is a system that produces outcomes. The contamination is not an accident. The cognitive suppression is not a side effect. The political corruption is not a failure. The school's underfunding is not negligence. The police's non-investigation is not incompetence. These are not bugs. They are the outputs of a machine that is working exactly as it was designed to work. Burns built the machine, but Burns did not build it alone. He built it with the cooperation of every institution in Springfield that accepted the arrangement, that took the money and asked no questions, that incorporated the contamination into its operations, and continued. The doctors who did not diagnose what they saw, the lawyers who structured the deals that kept the plant operational, the teachers who taught acceptance instead of resistance, the cops who looked in the right directions. Every one of them made a choice or inherited a choice that someone before them made to operate within the machine rather than against it. And the machine has been running for so long that the people inside it have forgotten they are inside it. This is the deepest trick Springfield has ever pulled. Not the contamination, not the suppressed cognition, not the collective forgetting. The deepest trick is the one where the machine becomes invisible because it has always been there. Homer Simpson was born in this machine. He grew up in this machine. He works in this machine. He loves his family inside this machine. And the crayon in his brain, the radiation in his water, the missing mother, the deal his father made, all of these are the machine's ways of ensuring that Homer will never stand at a workstation and say, clearly and without fog, I understand what is happening here and I'm not going to cooperate with it. Lisa understands what is happening here. Lisa has always understood. She is 8 years old and she has been explaining it in various forms for 36 seasons, and nobody has been able to hear her clearly enough to act on what she says. Because the machine processes Lisa's clarity the same way it processes everything else that threatens it. It does not silence her. It simply ensures that the gap between what she says and what the people around her can receive is always slightly too wide to close. Maggie has also understood. Maggie understood before she could speak, which is why she has chosen not to speak. Because speaking in Springfield is the most dangerous thing you can do when you know what Springfield is. The real Seymour Skinner spoke and was tied to a train. Mona Simpson spoke and was exiled. Everyone who has ever said the clear and accurate thing about Springfield has been removed from Springfield, one way or another. Maggie's silence is the most adaptive response available to someone of her intelligence in her specific situation. She is not quiet because she has nothing to say. She is quiet because she is waiting for the conditions under which saying something will actually work. That moment has not come yet. The show has been running for 36 years, and that moment has not come. But Maggie is 1 year old. She has time. The floating timeline, which we have circled throughout this entire journey, is the master key that unlocks everything else. Nothing ages in Springfield. Nobody grows up. Nobody accumulates consequence in the way that time in the real world forces accumulation. The same family sits on the same couch in the same house, and the credits roll and the week passes and they sit on the couch again. And again. And again. There is something deeply comforting about this, which is why the show has run for 36 years and still finds an audience. We want Springfield to stay the same. We want Homer to still be fumbling, and Marge to still be patient, and Bart to still be 10, and the whole impossible fragile structure to still be standing when we tune in next week. We built the loop. We maintain it. Every time we watch, we vote to keep it running, but we should also understand what we are voting for when we vote for the loop. We are voting for a town that cannot heal because healing requires time and time is not available. We are voting for a system that cannot be reformed because reform requires memory and Springfield has agreed to forget. We are voting for children who cannot grow up because growing up would mean the show ends. which means America's version of itself ends, which is the one ending nobody is ready to accept. The Simpsons is a mirror. It has always been a mirror. And what it shows us, if we look at it long enough and closely enough to see past the surface, is not a cartoon town with funny characters. It is a portrait of how systems sustain themselves, of how damage is transmitted across generations, of how the people inside broken institutions adapt to those institutions until the brokenness feels like home. Homer adapted. He chose the fog. He put the crayon back in. And who can blame him? Clarity in Springfield is not a gift. It is a burden. Every person in the show who sees clearly pays for seeing clearly. Lisa pays. Mona paid. The real Seymour Skinner paid. Barney's sober self paid with such swift and comprehensive relapse that the show could barely hold the sobriety long enough to depict it. The fog is comfortable. The loop is warm. Springfield is the town where nothing changes and nobody has to confront anything. And the couch is always there and the pizza is always coming. And Homer always, always makes it home by the end of the episode. Maybe that is enough. Maybe after everything we have discussed, after every theory and every dark thread and every unresolved mystery, the most honest thing to say is that Springfield's greatest magic trick is also its most human one. It makes the loop feel like love. Because the loop is love, in Homer's case. If the coma theory is right, if Homer has been dreaming since April 1993, then every episode that has aired since that date is one more night of a father holding his family in his mind and refusing to let them go. Bart doesn't grow up because Homer can't let him grow up. Marge doesn't change because Homer's image of Marge is the last true thing he holds. The house on Evergreen Terrace stays standing because Homer built it in his mind from the rubble of everything the waking world had done to his family, and he is not done living in it yet. That is the saddest and most beautiful reading of the loop. Not a broken system, not a contaminated town, not a corporate conspiracy, just a man who loves his family more than he loves reality, who chose the dream over the diagnosis, who pressed the crayon back into place not because he was stupid, but because what the intelligence showed him was a life too damaged to be worth the clarity. And we, the audience, sit with him in that dream every week. We are the people in the room with him. We are the voices he hears through the fog that his dreaming brain weaves into guest appearances and celebrity cameos and increasingly surreal storylines. We are there. We have been there for 36 years. And maybe that is the deepest mystery of The Simpsons. Not what is in the water, or who pulled the trigger, or where Springfield is on a map, or why nobody ages. The deepest mystery is why we keep coming back. Why we keep choosing the loop. Why we keep sitting down on a Sunday night and watching the same family face the same kind of trouble and resolve it in the same kind of way, and coming back next week to do it again. Maybe the answer is the same one Homer gave when he chose the fog. Because the alternative, the clear-eyed version, the one where time passes and consequences accumulate, and Bart turns 11 and Lisa moves away and the couch gets replaced and the house on Evergreen Terrace eventually goes dark, that version is true. But it is almost unbearable. Springfield is easier to love than the truth. The Simpsons is easier to love than the passing of time. And so we keep watching. We keep the loop running. We keep Homer dreaming. The lights are still on at the power plant. They always are. They always will be. Bart is still 10. Sleep well.